Got to turn the mic on. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. It's Wednesday. We've got an EasyJet flight, and it's 1900 Zulu. So it's time to hop in your plane. It's time to fly. Hey there, welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you are doing really, really good. It probably sounds normal to you, but it doesn't feel really normal right now. So last night, it was actually a very pleasant night here, and I left the window open and then went to sleep. And so I've been hit by allergies. So if things seem a little weird, it's because I had to do one of those Dayquil things, which really helps dry things up and all of that. But
subscriber confirmed.
Sadly, it does make me a little bit weird.
Loyalty noted.
Oh my gosh, we just had a really nice
subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
It was Lex Stereo. Happy Wednesday to you, Lex Stereo. Thank you for coming in today. And if you really like that really cool video that you see at the beginning of the live stream, by the way, Lex Stereo did that editing, and Lex Stereo has a YouTube page as well too. Thank you for that. It's a really cool video. Thank you. Wig Bill, thank you for coming in today. Happy to be here. Great to see you, Wig Bill. Thank you for a 3-month resub. I saw Mountain Man is back. There's Rob, the Swedish chef, and all sorts of really, really nice wows as well, too. Welcome aboard, Mr. Jazz. Good to see you. Impossible Face, you've got to, there's some folks, some Spy Flight friends that have come in. And I'm sorry, the sniffing is going to be disgusting today. I apologize. But from the southeastern part of the U.S. and also a few friends from Europe, from the European Union, are talking about that pollen stuff. So it's out there. It really just seems like we went from temperatures with minus signs in front of them. We had the temperatures with minus signs in front of them to about 60. I think I heard my first sound of thunder yesterday afternoon as well too. I'm not sure. Maybe it was just some bad truck driver or something like that, but it really was. So anyway, Sunjammer here with the Charles Yerkes. And 2 pints of always full brew. Hey, Sunjammer, welcome aboard. Welcome in Average ETLL. Cat and Chua, welcome aboard. It's not a question of feeling bad. It's a question of I had a choice. I could either have a real fuzzy brain and, what appears to be a personality disorder, and, or I could drool all over this with, nose stuff. So there you go. I chose to not drool live on the internet. I just figured that was too much. Pineapple just did a really nice resub. Hi, Pineapple. Thank you for a nice resub and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming by today. Danny VDW is here, and Loviz says the pollen is already bad. You came in, you took Buster for a walk, and you or Buster needed some drugs because of the pollen. It's not as bad as I used to work in Central Virginia. I had lived there for almost 9 years, and I will tell you that living and working in that kind of pollen,
confirmed. Top
it
clearance
really
granted,
can be awful.
Loyalty
Neo
noted.
just did a resub. Hey, Neo. Neo727 has been here for 49 months. Neo, thank you for a really awesome resub. Thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Impossible Face, it's dropping to 9 degrees Celsius on Sunday. Really? So you've got a spat of really good weather. The nice weather was so nice. And yesterday evening, I had a window open and I just left it open because it wasn't. And that was apparently all it took to do it. So, yay. But thank you so much for coming on in today. Oh gosh. It's going to be one of those days. I have been able to combine, I'm using a combined chatbot today. So while I might not, I'm still learning how to use it, but I should be able to see YouTube as well. So that's really exciting. So hopefully that's better too. Impossible Face, thankful we're on the coast of Northeast Scotland. Oh, well, if you've got the wind and stuff like that, that's got to be helpful too. I mean, really, that's got to be the best part, is the wind is going to kind of keep stuff, you know, from blowing about. So today, we've got 3 flights, Milan to Barcelona. We're also taking the F-28 to Cordoba. And then there's a small airport. I don't think we've been to this one before. I did find a freeware, and there's a link to that freeware over on Discord. If you need, I'll put it into chat here. But it's called Charlottetown Airport, and we're going to Montreal, and I believe that's a little Canadian island. So we've got that going on as well, too. So I'm really kind of looking forward to that as well. Paulia just put that in. There it is. Paulia, thank you. Yay. That's it. So that's it if you'd like that for the 3rd flight today. And that one should be, again, it's a place I don't think we've ever been there before. Apostololas. I'm sorry. The coordination between my eyes and my mouth is going to be bad. There's a city pair Sunday, Athens and Istanbul. Hang on a second. I do think we have an Athens flight in the flight plan this week. The whole flight plan is over.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted,
but
agent.
Apostolosas, and I'm
Loyalty
sorry
noted.
if I'm butchering that. I really, again, my eye coordination. We've got Athens to Kavala, Acropolis Nights on Friday. But you said there is a VATSIM event. It's a city pair on Sunday, Athens to Istanbul. Okay, we've got Gdansk to Dusseldorf, Guatemala City to Cancun, and Vancouver to Prince George. So maybe we want to consider doing that as well. We could probably update that too. And 3 cheers, by the way, to Eclipse, who has put together an absolutely wonderful week of flights for us this week. Just, super flights. Really excited for some of these too. Hey, Windsauce, welcome aboard. Windsauce just did some cheers. Neo gifted a sub to Impossible Face, and I think you all have started a hype train. My new little chatbot has things that are kind of in different places, so but it's a really nice one. I'm going to be able to see both Twitch and YouTube, so yay, that's going to be awesome. Loviz says, is there elite wings on Sunday in Canada? Well, if I can get a handle on the allergy stuff, Loviz, I'm all for elite wings events. Those are really, really cool.
Subscriber confirmed.
That being said,
top clearance granted, agent.
I have
Loyalty
to tell you,
noted.
I'm not feeling very elite right now. I'm a little nervous about Milan to Barcelona on VATS. Yeah. Oh, you have to get a slot for that. Oh, really? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, I'll kick that up. And there was just a gift sub. Mr. Jazz just gifted 5 subs. Hey, Mr. Jazz, thanks. It's been kind of tough all over on Twitch, so I am so grateful. And thank you for gifting some subs. Thanks, Mr.
New
Jazz.
recruit detected.
Enoch,
Welcome aboard, agent.
456
Stay sharp.
just did a follow. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. And Neoner TV, welcome back to you, and thanks for coming in. Loviz, you will be in Mexico IRL, so you don't get to do it. Does that mean that Buster gets to go to the special doggy camp? Buster has a special doggy camp that Buster gets to go to when Loviz goes and gets to do a trip like that. So, and usually the pictures that come back says that he heard you. Buster heard me say the doggy camp and said, "Really, really, boss? I get to go to camp?" Yeah, sometimes our furry friends know those things. Hi, Boulder. Welcome aboard. Sorry, did not mean to shout like that. Welcome aboard. I'm still going to try and do something. Can I please? Oh, look at this. Let's see if I can make this like 25 points. Okay. There it should be settings. Okay, that's settings. Okay, that's good. And oh my gosh, I can read it. Oh. So, okay, yes, I'm old. Yes, I have gray hair, but look at this. I can actually read this. Oh, I can actually read what you're saying now and don't have to go like, what did you say? You know, the old man thing. My eyes are so bad I can't see this darn thing. What are you saying over there? Hang on, they're dirty. Factory windows cleaner than this, that's for sure. Andreas, welcome aboard. I'm sorry. When you're a live streamer like this, you get excited about the littlest things. And if you can increase the font size in a window you're trying to read, that's really good. Boulder, I wish I could report progress. I just I haven't been able to report any progress at all. I really think that there's going to have to be a major change in my life, you know, for me to be able to go and get into Mission 4. I just am not able to make that happen, you know, and every time that I do try and jump into that, it's just not the flavor. So maybe some, you know, oh God. No. I mean, I respect anybody that can make a marriage work. I've had some absolutely fabulous girlfriends, really, and I will always treasure that memory, but I really feel like I'm single probably for a reason. I haven't done anything. So here's the thing. The most important thing you can do with the Phoenix airplanes right now before you start a Phoenix flight is, this is the electronic flight bag. I'm married to Microsoft Flight Simulator. The community here, the friends here on the Spy Flight, that's what's keeping me going right now. That really is. We're all experiencing, I think, some duress is the polite word. And I will tell you that getting to spend time on the Spy Flight like we are right now is just absolutely the best part for me. I can't imagine, what it takes. And again, it wasn't anything wrong with them or anything wrong with me. It was just life, that kind of took over at the wrong times and got in the way. But yeah, I don't know. And now that I'm, have gray hair and, starting to sound like the old guy that can't read anything. Anyway, important safety tip. And I learned this from JSG Droid. This is the Phoenix A3 1920-21, the Phoenix airplanes. Important safety tip. First thing to do is come over here and go to panel states and see where it says cold and dark, hit activate. Hit that cold and dark, because there's some things that are turned on that are turned on that shouldn't be now. And that way it just turns all of your switches off, and it really, really helps. And holy moly, we just gotten the live stream going. Thank you for a level 4 hype train. Again, things are a little tough in Twitch right now, in Twitch country. So those of you that are helping out, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and helping me to keep the live stream dream going here. Super duper grateful. Hi, Hearsay. Welcome back in. Flying Eli just arrived in too. I hope I said hello when you came in. So again, that's the first important safety tip with the Phoenix airplanes. If you don't do that, that just kind of causes a problem. After that, you can go and do whatever you want. Let's go ahead and get the jetway, get a little immersion going here. And we've got our great, really nice EasyJet. By the way, this is a very special font. EasyJet spent, a whole long time trying to make sure that, and if you like the EasyJet font, you can find that because it's in practically every computer in the world. Remember, it's a little E and a big J if you care about doing the font correctly. I think I even found the Air Berlin font in my computer, which is pretty cool. Okay, so now that the door is open, we come over here, and I've imported this into SimBrief, and we're there. We're good to go. It's the old. I actually like that too, and I usually will do that if I happen to see that there is an older livery. I'm gonna go for the old vintage liveries. It's not that I'm that old-fashioned. I just think that they're really, really cool. The vintage liveries. So it's still the official font. They should have kept did they have Comic Sans? Yeah, that's right. Polyot, you remember, it's the Cooper Black. It's Cooper Black. And again, you can, it should be in your computer. Today's the 9th, so odd day for nav and logo lights. No smoking, emergency exits, overhead lighting up about half, and then dome lights is what I usually do. Cooper Black, that's it. That's it. Do they still use it? They still use the font that Polyot just mentioned, Cooper Black. So that's really cool. Okay, our airplane is coming to life. Does the flight FMGC, Flight Management Guidance Computer, work? Hey, look at that. That works too. It's on the front of it's the font of their logo, and Polyot, who does some work with the airlines, has actually had to use that font to write a letter for them. So it's actually pretty awesome. Okay, AOC menu, Airline Operations Control, Flight Init, and Init Data Request. There we go. Slick one, welcome aboard. Did you check out that X-Plane 12 beta yet? No, I haven't, but I'm starting to hear back from people who are. And is it possible? Yeah, the performance. So Slick one, you are actually the first person that said, hey, performance is better. Hearsay, welcome. Thank you for coming by today. Great that you're here. Okay, let's come on over here. Oh, yesterday I did try and go and plug in. You know how I've got had a camera set up on the side stick and the throttles? Tried to plug those back in yesterday. It didn't go well. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong, but it was not happy. So I've got to figure out something new for those cameras. But I am still using the WinWing flight management computer, and I've got to tell you, it's still one of the coolest things for a flight simmer to have on their desk. It absolutely is. Hype train was complete. Neo, yes, thank you for being a part of that one too. Oh my gosh, Slick one, the Fella 747-200. Okay. For some reason, Twitch did not notify me of the stream going live. I didn't change anything. We've had to make some changes. As you know, one of the changes that I did last week was I moved. You know, there are these back-end service providers for live streamers. One of them was Stream Elements. I was there for years, but I needed something a little bit better going on there. And what ended up happening is I went to Streamlabs, and that forced some changes. So if you've noticed, you know, a change in VIP or VIP or moderator status, those are some of the things that have changed. So it isn't me, you know, attempting to be mean or anything like that. Speedbird, the command here is something that a moderator has to do right now. They were just getting to be way too many, and some things that weren't good to put on. So that's why we've had to do those now. So you got 100. I think you've got about 90 seconds now to do that. All right, this is EZY. Why am I typing with it? Why am I typing with a mouse? I've got a McDo. What is the matter? Okay, no, it's EZY. EZY 441. That's another good reason not to use the mouse. I can't spell. Flight Sim, this is the old EasyJet number livery. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, the EasyJet, the numbers, they had yeah, I remember that airplane too. That's their phone number, right? That's the phone number. So if you wanted to call the 1-800, you know, the toll-free number to go and do your, make your reservations over the phone. Man, remember making airline reservations over the phone? That was that's the actually the newer number. The very first number was And it was a 099, and it was that one. Back in the day, that's right, when they only did phone bookings. I remember a very, very long time ago, United rolled out some application that you could put on your desktop and stuff. And that application, it was one of the first ways for you to book a flight online. I don't even remember what it was, but it was very old. It was very, very clunky. Wow, was it clunky. Okay, I was going to come over here and check the flight plan. Cost index is 4. Yep, that's because it's EasyJet. And our cruise altitude was flight level 330. Putting those numbers in, let's go and hit the wind button too, and all you have to do is just request it. That's it. It was so old. I don't even remember what it was called, but I remember using it to make my, the first time making reservations like that through my computer and not having to call the phone number. I feel like the only thing that was missing was getting to sit, for 15 minutes and listen to Rhapsody in Blue play, as United's hold music. I mean, that was the only downside to it. I thought that the rest of all of that was just the coolest thing in the world. Okay, all of this looks really, really good. Did we do nav, nav, and nav? We sure did. So now we probably ought to think about what's going on VATSIM. To be fair, most of the aviation industry uses outdated systems. BA uses an outdated version of Amadeus that looks like MS-DOS, really? You remember the hold music and the options to get through to reservations? Oh, yeah. I mean, I was fortunate. I liked Rhapsody in Blue long before I started making reservations on VATSIM. Reservations on the computer. Reservations on VATSIM. It's really going to be one of those days. Sorry. Departure ATIS. Runway in use is 35 right. That's good. Runway contamination is a little on the wet side, 70 degrees, blah, blah, blah. Departure clearance available via data link. Ooh. Can we see PDLC? That would be absolutely outstanding. So let's come on down. LIMC Departure ATIS. And there is our Departure ATIS. And it's LIMC. Let's get our clearance. Ready to roger this? No kidding. They're still using an outdated version of Amadeus. Okay. Now let's come over here. I'm going to go to the Phoenix app. We're going to go to Mass and Balance and start. Why can't I start welcoming our friends aboard? Let's refresh. Hey, now we can. You remember, Just Speedward remembers the hold music, and EasyJet's gone a long way since the old days of bookings and stuff. Okay, load sheet. Our zero fuel weight initial is 54.3. So we'll come over here and do 54.3 in the scratch pad, do a slash. And over here, we're going to come down and do 29.1. So 29.1. Good. Now that we got that taken care of. And accept. Updating
Subscriber
to a newer version would have been a hassle.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Hey, Hydrospace.
Loyalty noted.
Thanks for the nice resub today, Hydrospace. Hydrospace has been here for 24 months. Thank you so much. Thanks for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. Okay, let's go to ATC request and pre-departure clearance. Okay, I believe I am at gate 503, but I don't know. And this is, I just have the default airport. So we should probably go over here and have a look at LIMC. This thing goes and automatically gets some gates, some information, but it doesn't get a lot of really good information. And you can't turn stuff off. Yeah, I think I'm at gate 503. Okay, so Let's see, 503. Let's put that in. We know that our ATIS is over here from VATSIM. Hey, Eclipse, welcome back in. Our very first, our dispatcher for the week has arrived. Welcome aboard. Thanks for great flights this week, Eclipse. We've got some good places to go. It is robust. Just the version BA is using is old compared to other airlines. That's because it would break too much to update it. Man, there's going to be a hell of a wreck when they do finally have to update that. Instead of jet fuel, I'd like to identify oxygen in the flight plan. I'll take the oxygen too, especially if it contains no pollen, please. No pollen. Okay, why was I looking over here? Oh, ATIS, Information Bravo. Information Bravo. So, Bravo. And we need to go up there just a little bit. There we go. And our station is LIMC. LIMC. And let's hit send. There we go. Come on back here. Come on back here. Let's go to received messages. Our pre-departure clearance has been sent. So that's good news. Okay, you've seen other airlines, newer versions? A few years ago, there was a simple security update. It stopped sending all traveler bookings and passport information to the payment provider. It took forever to fix, and it resulted in a fine? Really? Yeah, it was just too intertwined. Yeah, I'll bet that there's somebody out there that's is going to have to figure out something there. Iberia's system is like MS-DOS too. I remember those days. I'm glad we're not living in that time. Really am. Okay. Let's go ahead and start putting in the rest of our numbers. So weight and balance numbers: taxi, route reserve, alternate, and final. Oh wow, the airplane's allegedly already loaded. Let's get parking stands. And let's come on over here, and here's our information. Taxi fuel is 0.173. 0.173 is taxi. 15 minutes of fuel is 0.609. 0.609. Alternate fuel is 1.24. 1.24. Yes, the Phoenix is quite a little rabbit hole airplane you can jump down. 0.993 is final reserve, 30 minutes. And that is good. Let's hit the fuel planning button, and it turns green, and that means we have enough fuel to make it to where we're going. The nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Our IRSs are aligned. Tried and failed to use DOS on a web emulator. You're too young to learn how that works. DOS was kind of easy. Yeah, it was just it was a matter of memorization on a lot of stuff. Lord Plankton is back in chat. Welcome back, Lord Plankton. Thank you for flying with us today. Welcome on in. Okay, all of this looks good. I'm going to go and hit master switch. And let's start the APU. Passengers are aboard. We probably ought to be nice. And our final load sheet is aboard too. Let's see. LIMC. Do we have clearance delivery? We do. It's 120.9. 120.9. Let's see if we could actually hear somebody on VATSIM. Okay, all of that looks good. While we're waiting there, why don't we do the final load sheet? Final load sheet, 54.4, 54.3. We need to change that. 54.4 / did our center of gravity change? 29.1. 29.1. That did not change. So we'll go ahead and pop that in there. And now let's go and get the actual fuel in the fuel tanks, which is 59.4, 5.94, excuse me. This says I need 54.0. So 59.4. It means we got a little more fuel than we need, but not a ton of extra fuel. Back in the day, in your day, it's still where Amadeus is. Okay, what else can we do? I don't want to do the flight plan and stuff, just because I want to make sure that our clearance comes in. 1019. 1019. Whoops. 1019. Let's see. On our departure, do we get actual departure altitude here? It's the we filed for the NEDAD for India. That's not the NEDAD for India departure. That's not the departure. We wanted the NEDAD departure. Oh, great. Okay, NEDAD. Let's just look at the index. I don't want to search. NEDAD. Well, I don't have that in there. LIMC, NEDAD 6 India. Well, maybe it's on the other page. Oh my gosh, look at all this. IRCT. NEDAD, there's NEDAD, we need 6 India. NEDAD 7 Zulu. NEDAD 9 Uniform. NEDAD 6 India. It's chart 10 3x3. 10 3x3. Thank goodness for this. There we go. This is the one we want. Let's see. I missed a little chat there. People were using software. Remember when you're in Italy, SIDs are two-parters. Oh, good. So, wonder if that means... So after NEDAD, we need to do GECPA. Maybe that's why it is that it gave us that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this has got to be what it was. There's Dogub over there. I'll bet that's it. Okay. Thank you for that reminder. Yep, that's probably why it loaded that in. Clearance will give you the first part, though. I don't think, even though they're using, they say they're using CPDLC, I don't think that they're using CPDLC. So, I think we're going to have to go. We're going to have to go and do it the old-fashioned way.
IFR clearance to destination.
Barcelona. Back when Windows 1 was released, there was a huge mistrust of computers. Much like we're seeing with AI today. People back then were worried that computers were going to take their jobs or that they were a big evil thing. Well, back in that day, I mean, you know, they all watched 2001 and watched HAL the Computer killing people. Tim J says that voice clearance is going to give us that first part of the SID regardless.
As follows.
And we think that it's going to be probably Dogub 6 Tango. It's going to be the Dog 6 Tango. Dog 6 Tango is what we think we're going to get. So we think that's what we'll get. Atlas Systems says woof. That's about all I'm capable of doing today.
and 1019er, Reiner 1672.
Vediamo 673 is the correct.
Milan delivery chow from EasyJet 441. We are at gate 503 with information Bravo, requesting clearance to Barcelona.
I spy with my little eye.
Easy 441, I sent you the PDC departure.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted,
Hey,
agent.
thank you.
Loyalty noted.
I'm sorry, what was that again for EasyJet 441?
EasyJet 441, I sent you the clearance via the PDC. Did you receive it?
I have not received it via the PDC yet. No, I'm afraid not. Keela is here. Hi, Keela. Welcome aboard. Keela has been here for 60 months. One of the very, very first moderators here. Hi, Keela. Thanks for coming in. I hope you're doing good and all is right in the world. And that you haven't been kicked or chomped on by sheep lately.
Easy 441, Roger, do you want to read that voice for the clearance?
Easy 441, whatever's easy, whatever's easiest for you. Being in the city, that's a thing, yeah, that you haven't been chomped on.
Easy 441, I have you can ready this copy.
EasyJet 441, ready to copy clearance.
Easy 441, information Charlie is now current in Malpensa. Clearance destination via the departure dog 6 Tango and transition needed 9 position needed 6 India. Our clear is right, initial plan 5006. Scope 5 scope 55 destination 09.
1019er on the altimeter. EasyJet 441 is cleared to Barcelona via the Doggett 6 Tango departure. NEDET 6 India transition then is filed. Climb and maintain 5,000 feet. Our squawk for today is 5455. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Even with Dayquil going and allergies and everything like that, said readback was perfect. All right, I'll stop with the unsportsmanlike celebration. Vister, checking in from Ukraine. Hi, Vister. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Welcome, welcome. The only animals Aquila sees now are pigeons, magpies, cats, and dogs. No sheep,
New
which is
recruits
good.
detected. Welcome aboard, agent.
Welcome
Stay
on
sharp.
in. Aerotropical, thank you for a real nice follow. Welcome aboard. The M5 computer was the computer. That's right. That's right. Captain Kirk talked that computer to death, right? Evening Bulldog, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Okay, I think we could try and put the departure in now. So we think it's going to be runway 35 right, 35 right. It's going to be the NEDED 6 India via the Doggett 6 Tango. So I guess we do Dogu 6 Tango, and then NEDED. It's over there. See, that's different. Oh my gosh, this is going to be crazy. We have a 3-legged cat who lives on the street, and he is a fluffy, good cat that loves butt scratches. Not the kind of cat that you want to watch that will sit on the side of a dumpster and someone's going to push into the dumpster, right? Vister, no, the Phoenix A320 is a payware airplane. You can get it from Phoenix from their website. Oh, I forgot. Landrew was a computer too. That's right. They had lots of evil computers there. The 3-legged cat came into Keela's house to check things out. Found everything was perfect for cats, and then took off to do cat things right. Yeah, the Whopper computer is another scary one, right? The Whopper computer for sure. Okay, coming in, it's going to be 24 right. Let's go ahead. I haven't had a chance to check this one out. So let's sorry. 2 for right. It's going to be the Bispa 2 whiskey arrival. There was also, I think there was a transition here too. Yeah, there's also a transition here too. That'll make it even more complex. AI would replace customer facing. Good, I can't stand facing customers. It scares the socks off of me. RNAV transitions to 2-4 right. There we go. There's our transition right over there. Perfect. Okay, there's the transition. Okay, so now then, it's Bispa. We come in via Bispa and we exit at Lesba at 4,000 feet. Okay. And it's the ILS Zulu 2-4 right. ILS Zulu 2-4 right. Okay. And now let's get Bispa. Bisbee 2 Zulu, right? No, it's the 2 whiskey. Good. We'd rather have the whiskey anyway, right? And we're coming in via... this is the RNAV transition to runway 24 right. So it's the LISPA 2 whiskey. Less 2 whiskey. And insert. Wow. Andrew, welcome aboard today. We are an EasyJet flight. So I figured that would be easy for me today. We'll see how that works. Okay, I think we're all ready to go there. We did get an initial climb clearance of 5,000 feet. Yay. Let's see. Vister, very little Italiano here. In fact, the only thing I recognize is ciao and you using the word Italiano. I'm sorry. I think we're almost ready to go. I think we can go and do a flight. It's time to request push and start. Let's come on over here to the Phoenix app. Do I know Italian? Oh, that was it? Sadly, no, I don't. It's one of the things that I wish that I'd actually done is, when I was younger, is be exposed to some languages. Okay, here we go over here. And passengers are aboard. Let's do seatbelts. Let's do pushback helper. Andrew is Rabbit 3 from Kansas City. Whopper, Whopper was that computer in what? Demolition Day or something like that. It was a Matthew Broderick movie from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Okay, let's listen in. And LIMC departure ATIS information Delta is now current. 1019.
Please can you repeat the clearance?
Run from ready for push.
We're at 503. 503. It's important to know your stand.
Contact ground 121.9 stop for the next one.
Ground on 129 on 121.9.
My passenger delivery. Hello, Eurowings R35 at stand 605, also ready for push. 35, ground 121.9.
Hi, JSG. War Games! That was it. It was War Games. Milano, hello again from Easy 441. Stand 503. We'd like to request push and start 2, please.
That's fine.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Milano, EasyJet 441. Stand 503 with Delta aboard requesting push and start.
Check the transponder scope. 5455, please.
5455 on the transponder and requesting push and start.
Malpensa delivery for Soleil 62 Golf. Can you repeat the clearance, please?
Yes, absolutely. Soleil 62 Golf, information Delta current, clear to destination.
I didn't have my transponder on, so we get to wait a little more.
And transition Alpha 5 Whiskey. 135.
In my database, I don't have the transition. Can you give me another one, please?
What transition do you got without?
Mister, yes, we are on VATSIM. All the voices you hear are people talking. Are real people.
Needed, Robust, and Tango, Oscar, Papa.
Keela says you. Oh, that's right. We forgot. Keela's favorite thing in the whole wide world of flight simming is VATSIM.
Star from Soleil 62 Golf.
You do have to say that at least once here. You also need to admonish me about ever thinking about doing an ASMR live stream too. That's very important. That is a bannable offense, not for anybody but me.
Flight A756, request push and start.
From Soleil 62 Golf, we have Austa 5 Whiskey.
Just hearing that makes you nervous. Oh no, can't handle that. Oh my gosh.
What flight was calling me?
Hi, it's Rod. Welcome aboard.
Ready for push and start.
756, contact ground 129 for push and start.
Easy 277.
Easy 441, hello again. Requesting push and start from stand 503.
We
North Bay Bear.
are allowed to depart for Paris Charles de Gaulle with Austa 5 Whiskey.
Welcome aboard, North Bay Bear. This is going to be one of those terrible, massive delay kinds of things.
5,000 feet and stroke 1,000 from Soleil 62 Golf.
Golf is back is correct, break, easy 441, contact ground 129 for pushback start.
0.9, thank you so much for EasyJet 441.
Delivery, good evening.
120.9. Today is one of the first days that I have to have some, what's the word? An allergy pill, the pollen's here. And so I needed something easy. And Keela has never been in a plane before and takes the first flight in 2 months and 19 days. Not that you're counting, right? It's just Easy 441, not EasyJet 441.
Easy 7 Echo Lima, ready for push and start.
121.9.
Milan
delivery.
That's right. Keela's gets to do it. I think Athens, right, is your EasyJet flight?
Around a good day. Easy 7 Echo Lima, stand 495, ready for push and start.
That's going to be a fun trip.
Stand by, hold position. Stand by, hold position, 7 Lima.
Malpensa ground, ciao, buonasera, flight 909, ready to push and start.
Gosh. Cambo, you're coughing and sneezing. You've been doing this for a month. Yeah, this is like my first real day. Milano Chow from Easy 441. We are at stand 503 with information Delta requesting startup and pushback.
Passenger calling standby. Which was the other station for pushback? Flight 3909, was it you?
Happy Wednesday, Mikey.
Go ahead, flight 909.
Oh, wow, you had a science fair today. Those were always so much fun. Those were so cool, Mikey. Did you have anything really cool today? Pollen's bad in the Midwest where Cambo is, and even worse because of the crazy weather. I can imagine.
909 startup correction. Push startup group KH 1019.
Push startup group KH 1019 flight 909.
Italia 241, are you on frequency?
Affirm outside 241, top short gate.
Italia 241, stand 50.
Oh yeah, Polyot is doing a special online class today, and I'll bet it's kind of hard. Hi, Stealth Wolf. Welcome aboard. Potato batteries. Apparently we can't fly on potatoes. Really? Potato batteries? I'll bet the students got a real charge out of making that thing. Sorry. Not that great. Someone did a plane experiment using paper planes.
NR 1673, continue taxi Zulu, Yankee, Hotel, short Hotel 4.
Okay, that can go off.
Zulu, Yankee, Hotel, hold short, Hotel 4, Ryanair 1673.
Heroines 935, are you ready for a taxi?
Shriko, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. We are going to Barcelona.
Ryanair from taxi.
NR 3131, taxi.
I was going to do departure perf.
Yankee, Hotel, hold short.
Stealth Wolf, welcome on in. Yeah, a little bit of a different look. Just a little bit of a different look here. Calculate. And send. That all looks good. Milano Chow from Easy441 at stand 503 requesting startup and pushback.
Easy441, sorry about that. You got startup rule station east, connection 1019.
1019, pushback east. Thank you so much for Easy441. Keela, you gonna let your hair grow out too? To see how it would it be the same? Yeah, so back from 10 years ago. And beacon is going on. Parking brakes off. And out we go. And we still have Chihuahuas on the at the airport. Starting engine number 1. Airbuses start engine number 1 now. A new SOP from Airbus. And when it comes to new little rules like that, most of us get really soppy about that. I think it didn't fix anything at all either, because I've got the latest one in here and it didn't fix it. I think it's for all Airbuses. Maybe not the old A300s and A310s, but for all the new Airbuses, start engine number 1 first. Ken and Chua says spy hat. Hey, we got an Airbus spy hat. Almost couldn't reach it. Airbus spy hat. Yeah, this is new, Keela. A real hat from Airbus. Parking brakes on. It isn't actually a new SOP. It was always their process for 1 and 2, but it was never mandated. So now it's been a mandated stop.
NR1028, taxi via Kilo, Zulu, Yankee, Hotel, and Hotel 4.
Got a good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. Here goes 2. Not a hat from the real Airbus. This, so Keela, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Loviz got to go to a real Airbus factory where they were making real Airbuses, and spotted a hat like this and thought it would make a great spy hat. So it comes from a real Airbus factory where they were making real Airbuses. Stealth Wolf was there back in... You were there too? You were there in September.
Flight 909, release taxi.
Oh, turn it down.
Flight 909, taxi Sierra Yankee Hotel.
That is now available. Starter back to normal.
Can you say again the all short for Flight 909?
Done with the APU.
Hold short of Hotel
Done
4.
with the master switch.
Taxi Sierra Yankee Hotel, all short Hotel 4,
Turn
Flight
down
909.
your microphones. We're going to start being cranky about that. And all of this is good.
Gregoriana 34, stand 852.
And all that looks good. Trim's going to be up 0.2. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are going to be armed. Auto brakes are going to be set. I think we're ready to go.
Ground Charlie, Gregoriana 48, Bravo Delta.
I think we're almost ready. I think we could go. It's taxi time. I just hope that the taxi is not going to be too mentally
All
taxiing.
short to Yankee, boss.
Milano, hello again. Easy 441, pushed and started from stand 503. Delta remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Easy 441, stand by, brake. Flight 3909, give way to Easy 8320 Neo on Yankee.
I'm push now, I'm start taxi now.
Yes, but give way to EasyJet on Yankee. Passing from left to right, Yankee, give way.
That's right. Yeah, we kind of switched
Roger,
over.
Flight 909.
Easy 441, taxi Romeo, Yankee, Hotel, hold short, Hotel 4.
Easy 441, taxi via Romeo Yankee Hotel, and we're going to hold short of Hotel 4. Easy 441.
Gregorian 57 Whiskey.
So, guess what, Keela?
852 via
We're, guess where we are?
Kilo
We're not
Zulu,
just on
Yankee,
Twitch
Hotel.
anymore. We're over on YouTube at the exact same time. So, yeah, and what Polyat said, the multi-streaming did not play well with the multi-streaming stream elements, so that's why we went over there.
Flight 3756 approach.
I know I almost said Ryan. Okay.
Flight 3756.
We're going to come out here. It's Ryan, Romeo Yankee Hotel. Romeo Yankee and Hotel.
Hotel 4, flight of 756.
Romeo Yankee and
Gregorian
Hotel.
48 Bravo Delta. Would you like
You've seen us actually, Romeo. Okay, so we come out 503 Romeo Yankee. I see how we're gonna go. Let's go. Cabin's ready. Parking brakes off. Off we go. See, I keep seeing the R and the Y, so Romeo Yankee, and I'm saying Ryanair, I guess. So you have been browsing on YouTube. I just hope that I was nowhere near people with toilet brushes on their head. That's the one thing that's scary here.
Whiskey and hold short of Whiskey 2.
Python Kilo, then Whiskey, hold short, Whiskey 2, Cargo 8262.
Are you still able to turn right on Kilo?
Romeo Yankee. Romeo Yankee.
A firm, Lufthansa Cargo 8262.
Good afternoon, my tech review.
Alpha ground from Soleil 6 to Golf, ready for taxi.
Romeo.
We are in top.
Hotel holds short of Hotel 4. Where is Hotel 4? There's Hotel. There's Hotel 2. I don't see Hotel 4.
Sorry, from Soleil 6 to Golf, taxi Kilo.
Yankee.
Sorry, Tango Yankee Hotel. Hold short Hotel 4 and give way to a flight.
I see Hotel 4. I see where we're going. Okay, got it. I know where we're going. Good afternoon, Tim Dog. Figured it out.
Tango Yankee Hotel to Hotel 4 from Soleil 6 to Golf.
Let's go, airplane.
KLM 165, sorry for the wait. Taxi to stand 606 via Whiskey, Sierra and Yankee. Whiskey City Yankee to stand 606 and open your mouth for the
We've made it.
Good evening. Voltaire 2023 was visiting pushback.
Voltaire 2020, pushing start approved, QNH 1019.
Pushing back and startup approved.
Hey, DC, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today.
The way to EasyJet A320 passing from right to left on Yankee 2.
That's us. And we hold short of Yankee 4. Oh, Hotel 4. I know how we're going to do this.
09, caution, there is a traffic in front of you that's turning around the Cordoba taxiway.
I see Roger, flight on 09.
Runner 1028, monitor tower 123.6, ciao.
123.6.
8262, hold short, whiskey 2.
8262, you turned on the wrong way, sorry. Hold position now.
Hold position, stop Cargo 8262.
Brad, good evening. Welcome to 465, taxi up
What a cool little airplane these are. And takeoff config check. 1, 2, 3. Takeoff config is good. Predictive wind shear. And that looks good too. Oh, we got a MD-11. Lufty Cargo MD-11 up front.
On the whiskey in November, it's on next right.
351 whiskey and then November, next one on the right, Walker 465.
Actually, sorry, hold short November because there is traffic there.
Just wanted to say that I will hold short until the traffic on November is gone and you give me to go ahead, Walker 465.
Lufthansa Cargo 826.
Loviz says that the MD-11 is working in Sim Update 2 beta. Wow. So when Sim Update 2 comes out, we may be back in our big old MD-11s. Really? That is actually a really cool development. I know, we haven't been there. I still haven't been able. I did try and revive Flight Sim 2020 this week. I've apparently got something wrong in my computer. It just won't start. I'm going to go ahead and one of these next days, I'm going to delete everything again, third time, download everything a third time, and see if we can't make that work.
7 ciao.
Over to 23.6, 7 Echo Lima, ciao.
Flight 3909 or monitor tower 123.6, ciao.
123.6 tower, ciao, grazie mille, flight 909.
Flight 3756 monitor tower 123.6, ciao.
23.6, ciao, flight 756.
Consolate 62 Golf, monitor tower 123.6.
Is anybody else getting hungry for chow about now?
Consolate 62 Golf. Dillman 755, continue taxi, whiskey, hold short of whiskey.
The PMDGs just put the file in the community folder.
Walker 3265, continue taxi.
Continue, thank you, Walker 465.
We're right where we're supposed to be.
Azal 036, pushing start approved, facing south, QNH 101.
Tim J's got pizza or pasta for tonight. And I don't know if the gambling stuff is working again now with our new change. Oh, Tim J says that sheep work now. So it's always good to know that sheep are working. Yeah, if you're wondering a bit, and I'm real sorry about this, the sheep did get reset. The iFly plugin is not working. I think the 8-ball is working. I think I saw that the 8-ball is working.
Cargo 2, Echo Papa Heavy, taxi, whiskey, hold short, whiskey 2.
Taxi whiskey, hold short, whiskey 2, Charlie Cargo 2, Echo Papa.
Easy 441, monitor tower 123.6, buonasera.
123.6 for Easy 441. Thanks, ciao.
Ciao.
Flight 756, continue. Taxi
I
via
know,
Hotel,
seriously.
Charlie
There
Alpha
was a
35 right.
time when we first started the 8-ball. The 8-ball was like
Subscriber confirmed.
rude
Top
tequila
clearance
all the
granted,
time.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, Guilherme2267. Guilherme, thank you for a nice resub. Guilherme's been here for 36 months. Man, some of those numbers are getting big. Guilherme, thank you for a really nice resub and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Eclipse doesn't have good history with the 8-ball either.
35 right, 7 Echo Lima.
No, there was a time when just the 8-ball was so mean to Keela. It really was. I mean, and it seemed like it was personal because I would go and I would put some, question in there and the 8-ball was like normal to me. Keela.
Tower.
Easy 441. Hello, Tower.
Easy 441, good evening, sir. Good evening, via Hotel, Olympia, Charlie Alpha 35, right, you are number 4.
Number 4, continue via hotel, and I think I heard you say Charlie Alpha for Easy 441.
All correct.
Easy 441, Charlie Alpha, number 4 for the runway.
Another one, a 020.
But no, I mean, there was some times that it was just like almost rude. Well, it was rude.
Correction, Ryanair 1028, because that's the 116.75, ciao.
126.75, Ryanair 128. Grazie, ciao.
Pauliot, you spent ages coming up with them, like way too long doing that rather than something you should have been doing. But, come on, it had to have been A, fun, perhaps even a little bit therapeutic, and you can look back and take a look at the, you can take a look at that. Oh yes, the heists that you've gone and done are really pretty cool too.
5 right, 7 Echo Lima.
So that's a new thing also, you can do heists and stuff.
Flight 909 after the departing traffic EasyJet colors Airbus 320 Neo runway 35 right line up and wait
After traffic 320 Neo, on up and wait 35 right after flight 909.
Getting a little personal with that airplane over there. Okay, and around we go, and we're going to hold short of Charlie Alpha. Michael just tried to do a heist. Your vault ran empty. Pauliot says that you will be able to steal sheep. It is on the list, so theft will eventually be possible again.
Easy 7 Echo Lima radar contact Milan 126.75, ciao. Over to 2675, thank you very much.
Holy moly, this is a forever taxi. We're going to have to check minimum fuel. See how badly screwed we might be in terms of minimum fuel. Minimum fuel for takeoff is 5.757. Well, that's our lucky number here, so there we go. How are we doing on that? We are at 5.70. Shh, don't tell anybody. We're a little bit light on fuel.
Flight 909, runway 35 right, clear for takeoff, Shubin 190.
Lima, India, Mike, and
Clear
Charlie.
for takeoff 35 right, flight 909.
Flight 756, behind the departing company traffic by 737-800, runway 35 right, line up and wait after.
We're taking the F-28 on our next flight, so I don't think there'll be a ton of ATC on that one, so it'll be really good if you want to just hop in your simulator and be fucking around with us a bit. Yes, we couldn't resist the Fokker joke again. Hi, Black Dog. There we go. Yep, there we go. There's that cute little Fokker. I still have got to wonder. You know, it was a long time ago. Values were so different. But seriously, I wonder if other people had as much fun with Mr. Fokker's name as we do in the modern day. Keela, there will always be drunken sheep here. There will always be sheep that are a little bit too tipsy.
Flight 909 Milano 126 Charlie.
This, if I'd known it was going to be this long of a taxi, I really would have done one engine taxi on this one. Oh! Black Dog. Yep, we're going to Cordoba in the F-28, and Charlottetown is an airport we've never been to before. The Argentine airport Air Force operates the only two active F-28s flying as an airline to get people to remote locations. And we also have the liveries. So is that something that we should use for the Cordoba flight? Is the Argentinian Air Force? You sure they won't mind a couple of spies using their livery?
Flight 756, runway 35 right, clear for takeoff, wind 190 for long.
Clear for takeoff, runway 35 right, flight 756.
Okay, after takeoff, we've got a slight turn to the right. 2,500 and around here. Okay, that looks good. So probably shouldn't use the US Air livery on that flight. It is, it's Tango 2 would be the call sign. I should copy that down. I try not to do those sorts of things, Floxapp. I try not to do those things. Keela is going to get going. Thank you. It starts at 8 p.m. That's right. The clocks have gone forward. I hope that doesn't mean that you're ticked off. Thank you. Keela, always so wonderful. Thank you for coming in. Still coming back. Thanks for saying hi. Spy flight is always better when you come in and say hi. Have a good time. Watch out for crazy people. I know they're everywhere. Eclipse suggested the flight. Aerolíneas Argentinas has F-28s in their fleet. That would be a good one. You'll get the info for the you fly the routes. Keela did a 30-minute uphill walk today. Really?
From takeoff to the 35 right.
I bet we're gonna get to go here.
Easy 441 behind departing the traffic, runway 35 right, running 19 with the
Behind departing traffic, line up and wait. Easy 441. Hey, Michael, welcome aboard. Saw you flying a plane without computer screens. More of a retro look, lots of gauges. Maybe the F-28, which is our next airplane. I think that's been one of the ones that I've been doing with lots of gauges, and that is our next airplane. Sheffield is a city of hills, so you can't afford it. So living in Sheffield has had its ups and downs. Sorry. Yes, the jokes are still ridiculously stupid. It's hills and steel in Sheffield. So is that a good place to go and hear metal? Metal music.
Frankfurt 96.
Here, it will come back.
Milano 126.75.
Colchester is hilly too. Take care, Keela. Thanks for coming. Have a fabulous week.
50, Frankfurt 6 to Golf.
126.75.
Are we ready? I think we're ready to go. We might actually get to fly the airplane. We might actually get to do airplane stuff instead of taxi stuff. It's sort of like truck simulator. There's the duck. I put the MD. Yes, I was going to try. That was the one thing I did not get done. That's the one thing I didn't get done. But I saw you put that in there, and I will try and get that airplane downloaded and updated for 2025. Okay, what else do we need? I think we're good. Whack.
Asal 036 Milano, correction, Maltese Tower.
Tower, hello, good evening. Asal 036.
We need to change the airline.
036, good evening, sir. Continue taxi hotel.
Sheffield is home to the Human League and the Thompson Trends, so there is cool music there.
Continue taxi hotel.
Easy 44135 right, clear for takeoff, wind 190 for
Clear for takeoff, easy 441, thanks. Throttle's up halfway. Throttle's going up. Clock is going on.
Alpine 11.
Manual flex, SRS, runway is set, auto thrust is blue.
After departing traffic, after line after we right.
Well, I mean, Sheffield is where they staged the movie Threads. I mean, if that is not total fame and misfortune, I guess. Sadly, whenever I hear Sheffield, that movie had such an impact that that's what I think about. And V1, hands off the throttles and rotate. Up, up, and away. Positive climb gear going up. Oh my gosh, we're actually doing this.
One brother contact, Milano 126.75.
126.75 for Easy 441. Thanks so much. Have a good week. Okay, Milano.
27.45.
Lever climb.
Ciao.
Thrust climb. Milano, ciao from Easy 441, passing 2,900 feet.
Easy 441 Milano radar contact, climb for travel 70.
Continue the climb, flight level 70, Easy 441. AP, let's get that going quicker rather than later. They are doing a reboot of Threads, the same studio that put out Adolescence. They're going to redo Threads.
Easy 441, climb for travel 190.
Flight level 190 for Easy 441. Really? As if the first one didn't cause enough nightmares as it is. Possible Face says there is Bring Me the Horizon and 65 Days of Static. I've been enjoying a lot of Nightwish lately. I know that's probably a little bit old, but I've been really enjoying Nightwish from Norway. They feel it's time to bring it back. Well, now is probably a good time. Given the way the world is. Hey, Booty, welcome aboard. It is hard to watch. It's very hard to watch. I have to be in a very, very special mood. Altimeters. Reset. Hey, Ace. Hey, welcome aboard, Ace. Welcome aboard, and happy Wednesday.
Texas Greek arrival 35 left, we have Bravo, Catarina and enough.
Lovis says Luna's airline of state by the Air Force, flies the F-28.
Mike Charlie 768, descend level 190, Catarina and enough.
And Lovis says this is what we should fly. Okay. Thank you, Lovis.
12745, ciao.
Yeah, When the Wind Blows was also another hard one to watch, too. They have 4 F-28s. Well, that means they're not fucking around, are they? F-28, no, it's not. It's RNAV capable now, Irvi. This is something I should read after the stream. Okay. Threads TV remake. Oh my gosh, that's real.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent.
OMFG.
Loyalty noted.
They really are. Fight MT. Hey, Fighty, welcome back in. Hey, a very nice resub. 39 months. Really? It's 39 months? Gee, I figured it was like half that time. Wow. Thank you for being in here. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Happy new week of Pixel Planes. And out we go. There's our airport that we departed from.
Catarina 9 Alpha, descend.
Any builds A310. It's a cool airplane. I generally think the A300's a little bit better, so I would only use the A310 for a much longer haul. Fight MT, you first came into chat asking about deep dish pizza 3 years ago. That's one of the things that we still talk about to this day is deep dish pizza. Love our deep dish pizza.
Walker 4789 Milano river contact descend flight travel 200, Everett 3 Echo arrival, expect Alex Zulu 3 fail left.
Descend to flight level 200, Everett 3 Echo arrival.
There's our departure. Irvi is more of a thin and crispy crust person. It was Lou Malnati's. Yeah, the official, you know, the unofficial pizza of the spy flight. Lou's.
Walker 4789er, speed 250.
I think all of this is good. So, this is going to be the F-28. Buenos Aires working.
127.45, ciao.
127.45 for Easy 441. Thank you. Ciao.
Azzal 036 sequence travel 900.
12745 is just trying to come over and take a look. Laddie F-28. Lad. Oh my gosh, look at all those dials. That's our next flight. We already have Aerolíneas Argentinas livery in the base flag, so we could also do Aerolíneas Argentinas for that if we want to. Okay. Pizza-wise, the impossible face is Neapolitan, New York. Well, those really awesome pizzas from Naples. Milano Chow from Easy 441 approaching flight level 190, 20 miles out of Tonda.
Contact, direct VAM to climb 330.
Flight level 330, we are direct to VAM 2 for Easy 441.
Transoleil 6 to Golf, contact Swiss radar 134.850.
And that would be Tango is Argentinas. I'm missing chat. We're busy flying.
Pronto Level 6 to Golf, 134.850, ciao.
134.850.
I forgot strobes on the runway. I knew I was forgetting stuff today. Okay, that looks good. Map out's a bigger click. And everything looks great. Tango 441 is the military livery. So unless I want to use the military livery, I don't get to be Tango. Well, I certainly don't want it to be my last Tango, so maybe I'll figure out something else. I don't have any sidewinders. I don't get to do the Tango either. Tango 441 is military. Argentina 441 would be the airline. You've got them both set up in SimBrief. I think I've got Argentina's Aerolíneas set up in there. I could check. Let's go look. Saved airframes. And F-28. I have Canadian Regional, British Silver, Air France, US Air, Horizon, KLM, Air Anglia, Scandinavian, and Ansett Australia. I do not have Aerolíneas Argentinas. We ought to set that up. Does anybody, do you know which version of the Fokker that is? Is that the 1000? It's the Mark 1000. Thanks, Eclipse. So new airframe.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent.
F-28. And it's the 1000. Hey, we just got a nice resub from Ty Flops is back. Ty Flops has been here for 36 months. Hey, thanks for being here, Ty Flops. Welcome, 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 and thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for the great support and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Thank you for the IC the registration on that.
Runway 36, climb 5,000, squawk 1,000.
The airline is going to be Lade. It's not Aerolíneas Argentinas. I thought Aerolíneas Argentinas sounded so cool, though.
Milano Centro, Ryanair 355.
It's LDA. Okay, so
Subscriber confirmed.
Lada.
Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Speedbird 1972,
LDA.
left by 10 degrees.
Okay, so it's LADE.
Repeat that, please, sorry.
Can we talk just a little bit louder? Jeez. LDE.
Left 10 degrees due to traffic.
LDE.
On the station calling, confirm your wings 05.
Yeah, I know, I'm confused too. Okay, LDE, get rid of the A.
0544, radar.
I'm confused too. I don't know which one to put in there. Aerolíneas Argentina. It sounds better. Hi, Ashley. So the call sign is T whatever. The IC cows is LDE.
Director 126.
Okay, I'm just going to save this one because I've gone and thoroughly confused myself, and probably you too. Let's check this airplane. Ashley, I have not run the test, but I have heard more reports that there is an increase in frame rates. And Urvi says that if you want the airplane that we're going to be flying today, it's 28% off at Sim Market. So that's pretty cool. Mighty Morph, welcome aboard. May as well try it. X-Plane, I've got to go and download it again. I need to download a whole new one.
Ciao, 66 Bravo, radar contact, climb flight level 290, direct north. Creeping, radar 134.850, ciao. 134.850, Flight 909, Unicom 122.8, ciao.
Unicom 122.
Okay, I need to look here because someone, hang on.
Unicom 122.8, ciao.
Switching to Unicom 122.8, ciao, flight center 6.
Seabird 9172, right, heading 140.
Okay.
Right, heading 140, speed bird 9172, thanks.
The for information, I said the
So,
left and by.
okay, I think I'm understanding.
was around
You need to pick
110.
which airline you're doing. LADE flies the military with the Tango call sign.
Speedbird 9172. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant. That was totally my mistake. I completely got the wrong end of the stick. Sorry about that.
Used to fly it commercially, and their call sign would be Argentina. I'm making it more confusing. Just
Resume
stop.
navigation.
Ooh, me?
Direct to
I
Backroad,
probably
Speedbird
am.
9172. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if we wanted to fly Aerolíneas Argentinas, it would be Argentina. They don't fly them anymore, but okay. LADE is a commercial airline that's operated by the Air Force. We fly airlines every day. The military livery is way more interesting and fun, and it flies IRL. So that's the one that I think I currently set up, right? And that way I get to be Tango. I get to have the Tango call sign, so that'll be fun too. Seatbelts.
Milan Radar, buonasera. Ryanair
Subscriber
785,
confirmed.
flight level
Top
Idle
clearance
Fury
granted,
is back in
agent.
chat with a nice
Loyalty
resub.
noted.
Welcome back, Idle Fury. Thank you for a 35-month resub and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome aboard. I appreciate you coming in.
left, to the
Thanks
right,
for helping me keep the lights on. Same to you, Mighty
905.
Morph. Thanks for being here for 11 months.
And the speed
Ty
left.
Flops has been here 36 months, and Fighty MT 39 months. Thank you.
Descend 210 and speed 250.
That's your argument, but your decision. I have no idea. Hey, I'm lucky that I can actually figure out an airplane and figure out where the on switch is today. So that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's see, our EFOB at Barcelona is 3.3. The flight plan says we freak out at 2.2. So we're still okay there. I think we're all having fun.
5 Fox Delta, sorry, ready to copy.
Low Viz is I will say that Low Viz is a great voice of reason.
Speed 230 knots, descent for level 280, Italo 5 Fox Delta.
5 Fox Delta, right, heading 300.
Milano Radar, hello, good evening.
Heading 300, Italo 5 Fox Delta.
Ryanair 785 on navigation direct entry.
Direct Everip, Ryanair 785.
Confirm F gear.
Sorry, direct F gear, Ryanair 785.
Ciao, Alval 036, radar contact, confirm the final level.
That was a Ryanair, not an easy.
Alpha Hotel Yankee 36, Milano.
Yeah, that wasn't me. Did I miss something?
Yeah, confirm your final level.
Seriously, I need to be one of the people that sits back here in the back of the plane and keeps my seatbelt on and doesn't try to do anything. Oh, this is nice. Cheers to 2024. Any two wines for $10.50. Any two beers or ciders for 10. Okay. I probably have 1050.
Ryanair 785, Milano 126 750, ciao.
Where's the call button
Contact
here?
Milan 126.
Call button. I want, take my money. I need one of those. What would be good? Wine, beer, or cider today?
126 75 Ryanair 7.
I know all three.
Yes. Grazie, arrivederci.
Guitarro 5 Foxtrot Delta, descent plate level 210.
Descent for level 210, Italo 5 Foxtrot.
They can't bring you wine right now. They're busy selling their scratch cards.
1 Uniform 122.8. Ciao.
122.8. Ciao from Easy 441.
Guitarro 821 210 direct Devox.
Okay, my guess is now would be really good to try and figure out which airplane we want to fly, because there's no ATC. I do not have a multi-track mind today. So that's right, they sell like those scratch cards, lottery cards, right? Impossible face. So the weather outside isn't all that bad. It's 62 degrees Fahrenheit, 17 degrees Celsius. We do have some scattered showers, maybe a thunderstorm in the forecast as well too. So, you know, I think probably with that temperature, maybe a cider would be fun. That's an actual thing on EasyJet flights. You get food service, duty-free service, and scratch card service. So if I was feeling lucky, this would be the place for me to buy my lottery ticket. They should have added a seat missing a back part for extra realism, really? Oh, when am I going to re-download it? Well, I've been trying to revive my DCS world. Wine is very much a winter drink for your possible face, but I don't like white wine, so it's okay. And it's more like a flying truck shop. Everything costs a fortune. Possible face says the USBs aren't going to be good. Remember the old days of Flight Sim when the debate was so simple? It was it was P3D or X-Plane. That was just it. John Fly even had an emote, you know, to start the battle between P3D and X-Plane. Now our lives have become so much more complex. And the lights under the clouds are very nice. Polyot says, wait a minute, USB ports on EasyJet, they don't have USBs? I would think that they would be everywhere. Michael remembers 320 by 200 graphics with 4 colors. Well, our first flight simulators, Michael, were wireframe, black and white, basically. I think I had amber. I had an amberchrome monitor, so it wasn't black and white. It wasn't really on the internet when you were playing Flight Sim 98. No, you didn't need internet connectivity to play Flight Sim. You just, you know, forever, and you changed a bunch of disks when you were trying to load it onto your hard drive, which took most of your hard drive back in the day, too. I mean, the sim was so big for, you know, conventional hard drives. You either had room for normal things or Flight Sim, but that was about it. Didn't have anything else. Okay, what else can we do? Rob, I didn't have Microsoft Flight Simulator. I had the SubLogic Flight Simulator for my Commodore. I never got Microsoft Flight, but it was the SubLogic version, which I believe became Microsoft Flight Simulator eventually. Ken and Shio watched a YouTube video where a customer posted a picture of being in a broken seat and easier take it down. They saw the same for Jet 2. The back of the seat, they used black and yellow tape. That's right, you had to install from CDs. Polyot says that happened on a Jet 2 flight. Yeah, the Ultra, it was even slower than that. It was, Well, it's an EasyJet flight, so I'm at Mach 0.71, but my Mach speed is Mach 0.71. Do you know why the Neo on your controller, when you press, it just jumps to climb mode? Sublogic was made by Bruce Artwick, who is the brainchild of what we now know as Microsoft Flight Simulator. Floppies were faster than, that's right, I was going to say that. Floppies were faster than tapes. I did not have a floppy disk for my Commodore. I had a cassette machine. So it took for freaking ever to load anything. Canon Chua still loves EasyJet. Not only install from CD, but that's right, you also had to keep a CD in the drive too. You had to have the CD in the drive all the time. Okay, let's see. Performance. Oh my gosh, crap, we're like 150 miles out to top a descent. Oh, man, you know, thank goodness for, super grateful for things like, Dayquil, but oh my gosh, you're just in super slow mode. Impossible Face had a Commodore 128. I used to store cache in floppy disks, not flight sim. Classic case of typing what you hear. Hi, UK Pilot 2. Welcome aboard. Okay, the arrival means 4,000 feet. I don't see any ATC. So let's come over here. And let's do Phoenix. Come over here. And let's do arrivals. And recycle. And the altimeter is 1019. Okay. Nobody wants to steal a floppy disk. Floppy disks were great for storing cache. I never really had floppy disks until much, much later. UK Pilot is in an F-18 today. Company message. Oh my gosh, we were late getting out, I'm sure. Yep. ADC required for 17 minutes. Well, let's just ignore it. Maybe they'll forget. I actually didn't do an awful lot of trading of software. I didn't have that much except for that many games. I had Flight Simulator for the Commodore 64, and the big game that I liked the most was this thing called Fort Apocalypse. It was one of those horizontal shooter games. So, you know, you just basically went from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen, and you moved your helicopter up and down, and you shot at different things, and you had to shoot at like walls and stuff. And I remember the Flight Simulator and Fort Apocalypse were the two games that I played the most on the Commodore 64. Impossible Face did Sega games. You had a friend without a 56K modem, and you split a file onto 5 floppy disks. Really? Hey, remember when 56K was like lightning speed on the internet?
Subscriber confirmed.
It was like
Top
big deal.
clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
GT Boy, thank you for some beer cheers emotes, and thank you for a 66-month resub and some beautiful, awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for posting some beer cheers and the great support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. And again, always just coming in and putting in a beer cheers. It just sort of like remembers, hey, smile, it's party. George, welcome to you. Okay. I think we're relatively caught up, 136 miles to top of descent. And we've got the latest weather. We've got our approach that we know what we're going to do. Do I have a big bad route discontinuity here? No, that must be missed approach. Possible Face went to band practice at a school friend's place in the early 00s, and they didn't have 56K baud modem in the time. I still remember the annoying dial-up sounds and stuff. Poliat has an original Apple I, a Lisa, and a Mac with boxes, or donating them to a museum. If there's a good museum that will care for them and turn them into something other, something other than just put them on a shelf and forget them, but actually use them, in a way so that people can learn, what it was like in the old days. I mean, that would be kind of a cool thing to do. If it's that. Otherwise, it seems to me that, if you can sell it to somebody. Actually, you do. Those two different approaches, GT Boy, are two separate things. The approach mode down here, that's speed. That's your landing speed and stuff. The one up here, that approach mode is lateral and vertical navigation, catching the ILS and descending. So you activate them both. It's two separate systems. Poliot says they all work too. I'm too scared to plug them in at this point, but they worked the last time you tried. Well, I mean, if you see, what you do is you invite a friend and give them a very big fire extinguisher. And, you get behind like a big lead shield and plug it in that way with your friend holding the fire extinguisher towards it. And that should prevent most damage. Possible Face, a perfectly good working CRT TV. You couldn't afford to ship it, so you was bummed that you threw it out, right? Tim J, thank you for explaining to GT Boy. Oh my gosh. That would be an interesting. Call your house insurance. How did you burn your house down? Well, I plugged in an Apple computer from 1976. Yeah, that would be an interesting phone call. Sort of like somebody in South Texas. Why do you have a hole in your roof? A piece of Starship fell into it. You weren't going to haul 57 kilos worth of TV up to your new apartment. Hi, Blue Rat. Welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today. 57 kg worth of TV. I don't know. See, it's sort of like, a free workout. So that's a perk. Carrying all of that up the stairs and stuff. Eclipse, the A310 is a good airplane. The A300 is for shorter hauls and a better quality, but they're still pretty good. So absolutely. And it's great that you're taking time to get to know the airplane. It's way cheaper for you to get the old stuff working on a modern TV or modern. Nico Aviation is back in chat. Welcome back in, Nico. Very nice. Okay, coming up on the equal time point. 110 miles to go. And let's go and see. Okay, let's see. I created a LOD, LDE, F-28 1000, so we can use that for our next airplane. Doesn't look like there's anything up here. Not a lot of ATC there. Let's take a fast look at the route. Sky Vector is our bud for this. SAZM. And we're going to go to Cordoba, SACO. Okay, southern tip. Got it.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
So there's SACO over there. Somebody's already at SACO, and I think maybe is that... Okay, we're more on the coast down here. So there's our route, our next route there. Okay, no ATC or anything. Mustache, bonsoir, welcome on in. And Harry Richard just became a follower. Welcome aboard, Harry Richard. And Blue Rat is installing 2020. You were having CTDs. I'm still having CTDs. I've done it like twice now. And it's ridiculous. You know, I'm still having a problem getting 2020 going. Mustache, thank you for reminding me to, well, I know you said to stretch. I'm going to hydrate. Eclipse likes the Trijets. Well, we have heard a rumor that the MD-11 works with Sim Update 2 beta. So maybe we're going to get the MD-11 when Sim Update 2 comes out. I don't know when that's going to be. You're not going to cause the mental pain and suffering. It's not really that bad. It's really not that bad. Okay, we're going to fly an F-28. It's going to be a Mark 1000, and it's going to be a flight called LDE. We are departing from SAZM and SACO. By the way, it does matter, but LOC is a different aircraft. Okay. We won't worry about it this time. I would avoid him every time. Okay. Hey, Flash Duck, quack. We're getting the sounds going. Welcome aboard. Okay, there is a pretty good flight there. So there's just a basic route that's taken care of. Oh, that was the Argentinas one? Okay. Well, I don't know that we, you know, we have the mental capacity to jump back down that rabbit hole. At least I don't. So you'll forgive me if I be chicken. Doesn't look like there's ATC, so... $88 miles. It's only a registration, and it's just a realism thing in SimBrief. It doesn't even show up in the sim. Oh, I see what you're saying. So I put in, I'm flying the military version, but the registration you gave me was for the airline, the passenger line. 2024 will be in the cards for Impossible Face when you upgrade the power supply. Michael bought the 2020 and then canceled the Xbox subscription. I'm just a little bit crazy about that. I just bought it. I don't think I've ever had an Xbox subscription. You don't even make the airframes in SimBrief these days. I just use the default ones. Really? I don't have time for needless paperwork for a game. Oh my gosh, that's true. Eclipse, there is a freeware scenery for Charlottetown, and it's over at flightsim.to. I put a link over in Chit Chat on Discord. Okay, refresh, and let's go and put in our arrival data. Altimeter is 1019. So, phase 1019. There we go. Winds are variable at 2 knots, so we don't care. 16 degrees is the temperature. I'm just going to go 0 at 0. Hi, Cross-Eyed Sniper. Good evening and happy Wednesday. Transition here says 6,000 feet, so let's just do 7. And at the bottom left is minimums. We usually do category C minimums, so 235 feet. And that's good. Back to performance, 72 miles out. The wings are still attached. And we're talking about 4,000
New
feet.
recruit detected.
No
Welcome aboard,
ATC.
Agent.
Let's dial
Stay
in
sharp.
4,000 feet. There we go. Hey, Noah Edwards. Noah just did a follow. Welcome aboard, Noah. Noah, who got Noah Edwards, you had your account suspended, but you made an... Oh! Wings attached is always a good thing. That might be not a good thing to be talking about in chat if there's been some sort of a suspension or something. Probably shouldn't mention those sorts of things. 67 miles. Let's go to the transponder and have it go from above to below. No need to be sorry, Noah. It's just an important safety tip for you, okay? Okay, we're good. I think we should have a Jazz livery for the CRJ livery. I do think I've got a Jazz livery. So, back to airframes. CRJ. Loviz, any confusion? You just saw it pop up. I don't think you caused any confusion. I'm easily confused today. We do have an Air Canada Jazz livery for a CRJ 900. So we do have that one. Now, if there was any confusion, it was probably me and not having a very good multiple track mind today. That's probably what the problem is. I'm very easily confused. As I always like to remind, before it turned gray, it was blonde. So I have an excuse. They also fly the 1000s, long ones. ZLP7, welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday, thanks for coming back in. Uh-oh. Out over the water. Oh, they also fly the 100, not the 1000. Okay. And let's come on down here. Here is our turn. Okay. That is that extra green line off to the left, that actually is the vectors going out. Possible face is doing sensitivities. Just checking to see if the jazz was still jazzing. The oldest one that I ever was on was a CRJ 200. That was not a fun airplane. At least for being a passenger. The windows on that one really suck. It's down by your elbow. And you get off the airplane walking like the hunchback of Notre Dame because you've tried to look out the window because you're an airplane geek. Possible Face got the V2. It's your first non-freeware CRJ. Well, if you had the other CRJ, I think you... If you had the CRJ in the other, there was a way to do a free upgrade, but I don't think that's available anymore because it's going to be on the marketplace soon, I think. $40 miles and we get to press a button today. I'm already starting to think ahead a little bit to the F-28 and trying to remember, okay, let's see now, how do we do this? How do we do that? Let's see, lift dumpers, that's right. Okay, yes, lift dumper. They updated the MF profiles for the F-28 and the CRJ V2s if you want to use your FCU. I don't think it's nice to use the term mother effer like that. Oh, Moby Flight, I'm sorry. Sorry, 7-year-old sense of humor here. I couldn't resist. Had fun experience. Yes, the motherfucker. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have. Dayquil brings out the 7-year-old even more. Oh my gosh, it really went down fast today, didn't it? It really did. I also made an effort yesterday to try and load into DCS World and try and at least get back in the cockpit. I got distracted a little bit, so I know we were talking about doing that, and I don't know when the Berlin map's coming out, so I think we have plenty of time. I will stay away from your mom. Yes. Yeah, such a horrible sense of humor. Loviz actually put a little more information about the F-28.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Heavy Weather
Loyalty
is back.
noted.
Welcome back, Heavy Weather, and thank you for a nice resub. Hey, it's the 36-month resub, and thank you so much for coming in. I don't think we've ever been to... No, wait, we've been to Barcelona. We've been to... Yeah. Remember I was doing, thinking I was a rock star singing My Barcelona? Maybe DCS can be a chill voice channel in Discord thing to start with until you get up to speed. There's a good idea. You said Mar del Plata. Our departure airport. I don't think so. Yeah, okay. So we've been to Cordoba, but on our next flight I don't think we've been to that airport before. I did look, I didn't see a freeware. And I don't know, just with all the economic news, I was going to probably start easing back a little bit on purchasing airports and stuff for a while, just because, spending a ton of extra money on airports might not be smart for us for a while, because we all need to save a bit. I mean, if there's a really good one coming out, one that we're going to fly to a lot, of course, but also if there's a good airplane.
Subscriber confirmed.
New Zealand
Top clearance
is, my
granted,
gosh,
Agent.
thank you for the
Loyalty
resubs today.
noted.
This is so nice. Thank you for these. Thanks for coming in. New Zealand has been here for 3 months. Thanks, New Zealand. Yeah, no kidding. The wind wing. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem, isn't it? Eclipse wants the Lockheed TriStar. I posted some videos in Discord about being a passenger. If you want to be on oh, this is what it's like being a passenger on F-28. Original Darkwind, welcome aboard. Welcome on in, New Zealand. Thank you for being here. Thanks for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan, but thank you for always coming in and saying hi. Ringway, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Ringway just rated the channel too. Hi, Ringway. Welcome in. Thanks for some really nice... No, it was Arch NDA rated the channel. It was Arch. Hey, Arch, welcome aboard. That was a pretty cool looking zombie game that Lena had the other night. Hi, Lena. Welcome aboard. No, that was a really cool looking zombie game you were playing. It had a really interesting style of the artwork was unusual, but it was still a good zombie game. I thought it was really good.
Subscriber confirmed.
Hey, Jolly
Top
just did a
clearance
resub.
granted, agent.
Welcome in, Jolly.
Loyalty
Thanks for coming
noted.
back with a 39-month resub. Thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Take two. Thank you for the next
Subscriber
flight
confirmed.
plan.
Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Dayquil. I love allergies. I will. Okay, Jolly. Let's just keep it simple, okay? Jolly. Thank you. Just Jack just did a resub. Thank you. Welcome back. I'm having a hard time with words today, obviously. Honda Jet, welcome to you, and thank you for coming in today. Arch was truck driving. Arch was doing ATS. Oh, is it time to say happy birthday to Arch NDA? Really? Or is there a non-disclosure agreement on your birthday? Today we officially have a non-disparagement clause. Arch, happy birthday. Thank you for coming in and celebrating and letting us be a part of that. And up a second ago, Lena was playing a game. It was called The Walking Dead, the Definitive Edition. And I have to tell you, it was really, the artwork, like I said on that, was really pretty interesting. It was pretty interesting, so... I passed top of descent. Yes, welcome to the spy flight. That just happens. The NDA is not binding on birthdays, so we get to do that. But thanks, Eclipse. Happy birthday to Arch NDA. Oh, you're 21 now? So you're 21 years old. You don't have to use a fake ID anymore. Congratulations on that. Oh, I'm sure I misread the message. I'm sorry. They're going by a tad fast for me today. Something about lounging. Arch NDA has convinced Polyot to go to the weirdest fudge shop ever. I have no reason to go there, but you're going to go to a fudge shop. I always liked, going to the fudge shop back when I was doing weather on TV, because I always thought that it was important to, because weather is not an exact science, and it was important to have, a fudge factor. Yeah, that's really, really old joke. Youngin' not lounging. Oh, okay. I might have missed that too. That was bad. We'll blame the allergies. Flash Duck liked it. You have to go get your fudge at Uranus. It's an amazing shop. Believe me, 15 out of 10. And yes, that's actually the name of the shop. Weren't they afraid that they would be the butt of a few jokes? I'm sorry. 7-year-old is totally out of the box today, so I don't know what to tell you. Ringway said to hydrate. Thanks for reminding me to hydrate. Oh, I'm gonna blame it for freaking everything today. It's just gonna be an everyday kind of a thing for me. Okay, how bad is our descent going right now? Actually, it's pretty good. We're back on our descent. We got the speed brakes stowed because I missed those a little bit. Let's see. We are going to LEBL. I don't see any VATSIM on ATC, so 122.8. Nothing to worry about there. Don't worry, they do have t-shirts that says, "Oh my gosh, really?" Okay, you know what? They clearly have a sense of humor there. So, and if they've got really great fudge. And seat belts. Oh my gosh, really? I'm sure some people probably freak out when they see that shirt. Let's see. Pauliot says, oh, do they have a link to it's the best fudge that Arch has ever tasted? Really? Wow. That's actually a really good endorsement. I think the closest I've had to anything like that is the Lind chocolates or something. Hey, Ratty is back in chat. Thank you. Yeah, the band is always doing good. I am adding some. I'm starting to add some stuff to the playlist too. Okay, here is the fudge shop. There's the fudge shop. Free orders on shipping of $75 or more. If you like the Lind chocolates, you should get some Laura Second. Not sure if they're outside Canada. Never heard of that. And I think the Lind that I can get here is Americanized. It's not actually from, you know, it's not the actual Swiss. They've got a half-pound Easter bunny. Okay, to show you just what a psycho I guess I am. I never liked the chocolate Easter bunnies and stuff as a kid because I never liked eating the nice Easter bunny. I remember as a kid, I would, you know, it just always felt wrong to me. So, there's a chocolate mint fudge. That looks good. The recipe is supposed to be the same. I had heard that it was different. Lena went for the butt first. Well, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I did like that. So this one caught my eye, the chocolate mint fudge. That would be kind of nice. Lind has factories abroad. I would imagine that they have it here. Okay, I do not need to spend money. I don't need that much sugar. It looks awesome. I think it would be great, but oh my gosh, that looks so good. It really does look awesome, doesn't it? Okay, back to constraints. We are coming on in 88 miles to the bottom of our descent. It's about 20 minutes away from Arch. Oh, great. 20 minutes away. I bet that, isn't it great that it's so convenient? It's the same recipe in the UK. 20 minutes away. Arch, that is probably no help or comfort at all, right? Oh, it's just 20 minutes away. I can go and do that. Okay, let's see here. I don't think we need to do the star. It's just us. Yeah, I think we can do a direct too. Let's cut out a little bit of time here. I say direct to BL 423. Direct to BL 423. At least we're not going to LV 426. I hear they have some really nasty space aliens there. Hey Russ, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Another good week ahead. Yeah, Eclipse came up with some really cool flights. It might have been made by Nessie in Scotland. What did I miss about Nessie? Nessie, is there like Nessie chocolate or something that I missed? Nessie chocolate. Okay, now we're going to need some speed brake here because we're a little high on the descent. Negative because he wants Lind. Well, I mean, if there was Nessie. Let's see, Laderock or Sprungli or Hour. Are those other really cool chocolates? If you want a nice Scottish chocolate, you want Puffin Poo. You want Puffin Poo from Shetland, really? Birthday wishes. Sadly, Arch NDA has to jet and get ready for dinner. Happy birthday dinner to Arch NDA. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you have an incredibly nice birthday dinner and all is going to be right with the world. We'll see you soon. Take care. Okay, this looks good. And we're going to go down to 2,300 feet. There we go. That looks great. We are in Europe at the moment, yes. Yep, super duper happy birthday to Arch NDA. As always, you should go and check out all the fun things at Arch NDA. And why can't I type? And Lena too, if you want to see cool zombies. Good morning, Mary Arbitrary. Thank you for coming in. Oh, I did. Okay, it's not there yet. All right, well, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. There we go. We'll do it that way. Morning, Mary Arbitrary. Thank you. Lena has to go too. I'm on a mobile date. Someone broke the internet to the whole area by cutting a main pipeline cable. Wow, boy. There's somebody who's not going to be on a lot of people's Christmas card list, right? You need me to do it that way? Shout out, shout out. We'll just do it that way. We could do it like that. Lena, enjoy the mobile date. Arch, enjoy the birthday dinner. Best snacks are Terrell's Crisps in salt and vinegar flavor. So it's going to be in the UK. Mary Arbitrary bought a corsage, but I have no clue what I was doing, so I felt dumb. Well, the only corsages that I know about are things that maybe you wear to a party. It's like plants, flowers or something. So is that an airplane that's passed me by? Oh, it's Pin the Flower. Okay. Oh, it's for prom. Yeah, that's right. It was for proms and things. Got a speed restriction coming up. You've only just seen that. Maybe your local food place has finally updated their app. Yeah, so we have food places here, but they don't have apps. Flaps 1. Performance. And I've got my own speed now. I'm going to make it a config 3 landing. They got long runways. Config 3 there. Hello, cross-eyed sniper. Puffin Poo is fantastic. White Belgian chocolate, toasted rice. Ooh, that sounds good. Fluffy mini marshmallows. And it's rolled in coconut. I am using the McDo today. I just forgot. I still do. So, yep, I use the McDo. Eclipse, you've got to go. Okay, have a great time. Thanks for the great flights, Eclipse. We'll see ya. We'll see you later. Okay, I think so far so good. Ratty has got a place. They call it usual 5 minutes. I have a McDo and the full FCSI and the side stick, and I'm enjoying flying. Vinyl Rabbit, yeah, the McDo, the autopilot, and the side stick from WinWing are just so awesome. They really are super duper good. Is not ancient. I'm missing that. I think I don't even remember the year of my phone anymore. Okay, what are you upset about now? Yes, I have speed. Oh, okay, we did catch up to our arrival. Cool. Let's do LS. LS is armed. Have I ever flown out of SeaTac IRL? Do you like it? No, I don't think I've been to SeaTac. Oh yeah, no wait, yeah I did. Yeah, a long time ago when I worked in Vegas, Washington. Yeah, I did United Express to SeaTac and down to San Francisco. Yep, I remember that. The Palm Springs of Washington, I don't think so. You have all of us who worked at that television station referred to it as Yakka Vegas, and we were not using it as an endearing term. I think about the only really good thing there. There were a couple of cool people that I worked with, and they had a Cinnabon in their version of the mall, which was essentially two buildings side by side with a canopy over the top was their idea of the mall. So it was, yeah, 10,000 feet, lights, and cabin call. Okay, so far so good. We're 22-mile finals. Barcelona, good evening from an EasyJet A320. We are 22 miles out, setting up for the ILS. Runway 24 right, Barcelona. I'm going to guess that in Barcelona, there's some pretty good bars to go to. Altimeter is... final refresh, 1019. There we go. That looks good. Quack. Polyot says there are good bars in Barcelona. I should say that with a Spanish accent. I don't know if I can do bad jokes in other accents. I've already been told that I'm taking my life in my hands doing the old guy from
I just want to tell you both. Good luck.
certain parts of Scotland or the moors or wherever those are. I mean, I would probably be, you know, Hackney Marshes or something like that. The Moors are Yorkshire. Oh, so near the Dales. I should look for James Harriet and Siegfried Farnan. Blue Rat, I just don't get barred from the bars in Barcelona, and remember to set the barometer. 3 in a row. See, that works really good. Okay, that looks great. I got glide slope. I got localizer. I'm going to arm localizer. Capture that. All right. All of this is clear. Over to charts. Coming up here, our airport. And here we come on here. We are expecting, we're coming in on the right side. So we'll exit to the right and go to Terminal 2. Polyak got on a train from Barcelona to Madrid, and it was the worst experience. Oh, the train ride and stuff? Probably what? Just uncomfortable, bad equipment, worse than Amtrak. Actually, I did do the California Zephyr a long time ago, and it wasn't bad. I didn't mind it. It was an unusual experience for me. We don't do many trains here in the U.S., and I actually really liked it. So, Possible Face wants to go to Gibraltar. It is an amazing experience. Hotel, welcome aboard. Ratty, you got to do the California Zephyr too? Yeah, I didn't get to do the whole Zephyr. It wasn't the whole route like Chicago. It was basically halfway through Colorado and stuff. Out to California, but it was a good time. Ratty, yeah, typing and my brain is not working well either, so. Ratty, you got to do Chicago to Oakland, really? So you got to do several days aboard the Zephyr. Hota's got, you're gonna get your S2. Congratulations on getting your S2. Flaps 2. 7-mile finals. Gear going down. Flaps 3. Armed. Sat. We're good to go. Barcelona traffic. That EasyJet A320. Runway 24, 5-mile finals, landing Barcelona. And flaps are set. ECAM checklist is green. I'm really enjoying using this airplane as opposed to the next airplane, because the next airplane's the F-28, and with my limited brain power today, I have a feeling that I should try to avoid being anywhere around AZ5 buttons. Is it exclusively limited? It's a little more today. Hi, New Zealand. I always use different planes myself, but your brain doesn't work as well. Well, the thing is I mean, you know, the real pilots don't go bouncing around between airplane, and airplane like we do. Honta's going to be doing some ATC at Porto. VATSIM. Hi, VATSIM. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. All right. I have no idea how this is going to work. Hey Martin, welcome in. Thanks for coming by. Happy Wednesday. Exiting right. I learned yesterday, I think Polyot told me yesterday that there is an update for the payware that we all have for Santos Dumont Airport, and it updates it for Flight Sim 2024. I think it's at Sim Market, but the little gray cells may be failing me. Landing. Of course.
40, 30, 20, retard, retard.
It's calling me retard again? That can't be the airplane. That's got to be a new sound. That's got to be a new sound. No, that was the it wasn't a new sound. I figured the airplane was calling names again. Minus 313. Something about crucifixions, I missed that. This shows how twisted it is up here. I saw what Polyot just posted, and the first thing that popped into my head was a very well-known song. Always look on the bright side of life. That's the first. That's the first thing that I saw after your post. Oh. At some point, Judgment Day is going to be really, really harsh on me. I didn't get to see that. I went straight to bed last night. It was a long day, and so I went to sleep, but I saved it over in my notes. So it's still there. Really? Did you do... I mean, there isn't going to be anything like that for me, and that's fine. But if there was, that's the song I would like them to play. That's what I want people to sing. But I will go and see that one for sure. Okay, parking brakes. And let's come on over here. But yeah, that would be the thing that I would want. Stephen the Sparky is back in chat. Welcome on in. Life's a little... Yeah. It's a great little tune. But Paul MUFC... It's a sad time for sure. It is. But still. I couldn't say a better song. Okay, I say engine number 1 and engine number 2. Those look really good, and my... Okay, all of that looks good. And we'll do off, off, and off. And all of that looks great. Let's turn off a couple of these things. And deboard the passengers. So Phoenix, ground services, jetway. We have some ground power, so we can do that. All of our lights are good. Seatbelts can go off too. Let's open some cargo. And I didn't park very good, so the passengers are going to have to use the stairs. Must end on a happy note. See, that would just be it. That would be the thing, is must end on a happy note. Well, we sort of made it here. This was good. I really did not think we were going to get this far. I really didn't. The Asobo 737 MAX 8 has become a joy. Maybe you were the top. Sorry. You were talking, somebody was talking about that last week, that the 737 MAX 8 has become a really good airplane. Yep, we did have the old school. I wanted to do the kind of a classic livery and stuff. Are you ready to go to Mar del Plata? I'm going to do a refresh of the sim. And I'm going to hydrate since coughing is happening. So the Max 8 is really pretty cool. I know that, well, that was what it was worrying me. I knew it was 4 a.m. for you. I know you don't sleep that much, but it was about 8:30-ish, I believe. Yeah. But I was a little worried that it was getting kind of late there. Blue Rat Sim is having a temper tantrum. Loviz says that the 737 MAX 8, the default version, is only working in Sim Update 2 beta. You've got a new kitten at home and it's now eating the humans. Probably not a good sign. Just saying. When the kittens start eating the humans. Okay. There's a plan. And let's pre-file. I don't think there's ATC on this one, which please. It's the fucker, don't. Flight level 240. I don't know if I'm gonna, this is gonna be bad. Okay. Hi Jamie, welcome aboard. The Phoenix Neos, will they be in 2020? I think they already are. Oh, we're at Eurosec. I thought that was that place from Journey to the Far Side of the Sun. Let's get the flight simulator. Get going quickly. They will be in 2020. Larson is back in chat. Welcome, Larson. Jamie, thanks again for coming in today. Welcome aboard, and we're going to get the F-28. Okay, while we're doing that, let's see if I can do something and not mess it up here. There we go. We have updated the title. I don't think I need to worry about the title on YouTube. And by the way, if you're on YouTube, I should have a chat. I do have a chat window up that should be working for YouTube. So if you've been chatting over there and I haven't said anything, then clearly I didn't set up my multi-chat correct. I got it right the first time. Holy moly. Well, to be fair, I typed all of that in last night. So before I went to sleep and got my super duper stuffy nose. You just typed in YouTube? You did. Okay. That's Twitch. All right, so maybe it's not working. All right, I don't think it's working. I thought I set that up. All right, I need to come over here to the bot. I'm signed on. So I'm signed on to YouTube. I have this new little thing called Streamer Bot. And it's supposed to be good for both YouTube and Twitch. And that's there. Sync. Okay. I don't see YouTube or anything over there. TWA Raj just arrived. Hi, TWA Raj. Show platform icons. I'm logged in, but it doesn't show me working there. Okay, so that's not working. Hey, Loviz said hi to somebody. Larson, welcome in. TWA Rides, thank you. All right, let me try and fix YouTube. So if you've been on YouTube and being polite, I'm sorry. I thought I had it fixed, but it's not. Let me go over here. And let me go over to, let's see. Okay, almost done doing these crazy things. Okay, there's that. Details, channel. And that should put me over there. It isn't. Oh, where's that chat place? Sorry about this. I hate wasting your time while I'm trying to fix all of this. Oh, I bet if I come over here, can I do it this way and pop out chat? Okay, turn that off. Pop out chat. Ha ha ha, I figured it out. Nanny, nanny, nana. I know. Okay, let's put Twitch back over where Twitch belongs. There's where Twitch belongs. Sorry about all this. And now let's put YouTube back at the bottom. Move this up a little bit. And slide this up there. And slide this down there. Okay, so if you're typing over on YouTube, I should see you. And there's Polyat. I see you over on that now. There's Twitch. And now we can go fly. And that didn't work, so we'll get rid of that. Okay. Restream is free if you just use the chat. You only pay to use. Okay, that's good to know. I need to change to the Fokker hat. Oh, yeah, that's right. We don't use the Airbus hat. We use the original Spy hat, not the I was going to say, I don't have a Fokker hat. But yeah, you're right. We need to do that. Okay, so I'll do that eventually. Let's go get, and this is going to be the F-28, and this is going to be the 1000. Canon Chua. Yep, just like that. Okay, so we want, this is going to be the 1000. I don't think I've been in the 1000 yet. We may have to set up some views. Air Ontario, LTU, Air France, Horizon, the Demonstrator, Martin Canadian Regional, Time Air, Colombian Air Force. That's the one that we said we were going to use, right? It's the Colombian Air Force version. Okay, so that looks good. The airplane loaded. Let's see if we could go there. Click. Polyat said no. Argentinian Air Force. No Argentinian Air Force. Well, the only one that I have says F-100 Colombian Air Force, and that's for the 1000. Should I have not used the 1000? It might not be the 1000 then. Okay, so there's going to be a difference between the two. Well, let's just go and see. We've got a second, right? Eclipse, you saw it? Okay, let's go and look at the livery. Ontario, LTU, Air France, Horizon, 500 WN, the Demonstrator, Martin Air, Canadian Regional, Time Air, Brothens, Colombian Air Force. So it's not a 1000. It's the second to the last. Oh, It says Colombian Air Force, and the next one, the one right next to it, says Argentine Air Force. So we've got that one now, right? So it's right before the Colombian. I'm sure I was looking right at it too, which makes it even more embarrassing. Okay, I think that works. Let's save and go back. So my call sign is T50. Okay, I'm T50. SAZM. Right before the Colombian, a phrase that has been said by anyone in an illicit industry. Yeah, I'm guessing that Sonny Crockett and Ricardo Tubbs are going to come breaking down the door any second now. Hey, Outdoor Gamer, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Happy weekend. Well, not weekend. Happy Wednesday. SAZM. I don't think anybody's at parking 3. Let's try parking 3. Start. Okay. That's right. Every day is the weekend here at the Spy Flight. The weekend cannot come soon enough for Outdoor Gamer. That's right. Wednesday is in progress. And any day can be the weekend if your attitude is in there, right? Any day is the weekend. Hugo, welcome aboard. Hi, Hugo. I now am fine. I see chat on YouTube now. Hi, Hugo. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. I thought I had something set up. It was being a brat, so I guess not. I've got something else. It's just the text is really, really, really small, so. Not just a little small, really small. In Sweden, they call Wednesdays Little Saturday. Oh, another great reason to move to Sweden then. Okay, let's see. Throttle's all the way down. There are no reversers here. And here we are over here. Let's see if we can make the... Oh, let's get on VATSIM. Okay, so Loviz says that we're supposed to be Tango 51 is our call sign. Okay. So I have to sign on as Tango 51. We're in F28. Fellowship. T51. No, I'm T50. Oh, okay. Is that what I filed as? Where's my flight plan? What did I file as? I filed as LDE 441. I filed as LDE 441, so I don't think I can be a T50 or T51. Not on VATSIM. Wait a minute. Are you so I'm Tango 441. I guess I get to... Okay, cool. Tango's cool. I was going to say T51. Isn't that one of the T viruses from the Umbrella Corporation? The evil Umbrella Corporation. Okay. Let's go to the aircraft and import. There we go. I need ground power. Let's open the door. And let's start refueling. Because refueling is all cool. Oh, it was just the T virus. They didn't have different versions. Generations of kids from the small towns of Stromness on the North Scottish island knew the old castle was haunted. Flight Sim Dave. is reading spy stories, which kind of started off as a ghost story for sure. Yes, that old castle was haunted. And actually, where I've got the castle located, there was never a castle there. I just located it because it'd be a good place to also have a submarine base. But if you look at the real maps of the island, Orkney Islands, just north of Stromness, there was a castle that you can only get to at low tide. Yeah, Leah and Tara do not believe in ghosts. They don't. Thank you for telling me you're reading that. I appreciate that for sure. It's okay where Hogwarts is located. There isn't a school for witches and wizards either. It was a very deep subject for those subbases. After the T virus, it was Las Plaga parasite. Okay, so it didn't have different, I thought it had different numbers and stuff. I thought that there were different numbers. Okay, I can't have that. That's too loud. Good evening, AH Mike. But seriously, thank you for telling me that I hope you enjoy Flight Sim Dave. I hope you enjoy the story. There's a few things in there that might seem a little bit unusual or twisted. Trust me, eventually there will be a reason, an explanation. You know, Leah is a little bit different, and there is a reason that Leah is different. So, you know, but I hope you enjoy the adventure. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm turning this down just a little bit more. All right, let's go and do battery checks, because that's what we do in this airplane. Battery 1 is green. Battery 2 is green. External power is green. So we can come over here and do battery. Oh, we can't be in sterile cockpit mode, can we? Thank you. All right, now then, let's come over here and do nav lights. That looks really good. Emergency exit lights. We're gonna do no smoking. That's great. I think we go and turn the windshield heaters to low. And there we go. Thank you for telling me.
You're all going to die down here.
All right, that looks good. Now then, the next thing that I usually do with these airplanes when I'm powering up is I'm going to start to turn up some of the lighting here. Just a couple of clicks is really all that you need to do. So you can see that there was one on the pilots by the pilot's left knee down here, and then there is another one just to the left of the center of the yoke, and then one for the engine instruments. That takes care of everything that the pilot needs to see. Then the next thing to do is come up here, and you see there's one above the pilot's head. So turn that up about halfway, and that is the autopilot stuff. And then the next one is over here, and you turn this one up, and that's the overhead panel and the lower, the pedestal. It's both of those. Where is the McDo? There is a McDo. Martin, it does look good, doesn't it? Here it is. But before you can turn on the McDo, and I think it's a FMS on this, I think over here you have to do the master radio, and then slide up here a little bit and go to standby on your altimeter. It's the UNS1. That's right, it's the Universal UNS1. So it's the Universal. Now we can hit the power button, and it's going to do the CPU, the RAM, and all of that stuff. CPU, RAM, the ewes, the sheep, the goats, all of those things. Pauliot says this is the best of all flight simulator. Universal Studios presents the Universal McDo. Okay, we got that going. And our airplane is coming to life. Refueling is complete. Now I'm going to hit the passenger button. And let's start boarding. Oh, let's just do stairs. Passengers are boarding. You can't call it a McDo. Airbus will sue you. So McDo is an Airbus word. Well, I'm going to not call it a McDo because I don't want to get air busted. Okay. On and start. We're starting the APU. There goes the TGT and the RPM. Good indicators that the APU is started. And if the TGT falls down, that means that you haven't got a fire in the back of your airplane. You would get Air Buster by Buster warning the Airbus doggy hat. Yes, you would for sure, Tim Dog. You think they would give me a personal squawk of 0441? Nah, if it came to that, they'd just ban me. Okay, and then the last set of pre-setup things to do is to come over here and don't forget to do not just one click, but two. There's nav 1 and there is nav 2. You've got to do both. Okay, fuel is aboard. APU is coming up. And I'm going to go and turn on the bleed and one of the packs. And that's going to make our passengers all nice and comfy. Now, let's go and do... Well, we can't really do the McDo here, but... So, I think the thing to do is have a copy of the flight plan up. And then the next thing we're going to do is go to FPL, flight plan. Holy moly, there's a loud plane. Hit 1, and this is our departure airport. And our departure airport is SAZM. SAZM. Shazam. And accept it. Tim J says it's time to go. Good night, Tim J. Thanks for coming on in. We'll see you next time. Okay, now then, I need to go, and with boarding going on, let's go to charts. Airport charts. And departure, SAZM. So our parking positions, airport, and SID. And it's the Eurosec 1 Charlie departure. There we go. Here is an Aerolíneas Argentina 737 doing a fast little taxi by. Very smart looking taxi. See you, Tim J. Thanks for coming in. The article that Loviz sent, they had a GNS 430, but Loviz would rather use the UNS 1, which people say is the best flight management computer ever. Drives me crazy. Here is the article that Loviz is talking about. This is the airplane we're flying right now. So if you get a chance, click on that link that I popped in there, and that way you could read it a little later. So I've saved, this is reading tonight when I make dinner. Loviz says I should scroll down. That's the T50. And the T51, that's going to be the other Terminator. So this is the Terminator 50. That's the Arnold Schwarzenegger 50, the T50. The T51's down here, right? Okay. Oh, it's a 4000. Oh, and you can see there's right there. That's what Loviz was mentioning. There's the GNS. We've got the UNS down here. Okay, let's see if we can do what's the Eurosec departure say? We're departing off of 35 right. This is for runway 313. We want the other one. It's the 1 Golf. So we want the 1 Golf for runway 31. Where is Euros? Euros. It's the 1 Golf. Sim brief. Oh, of course it's the wrong thing. I've got the wrong flight plan loaded over there. Hang on. Whoops. Loviz says we need to do runway 13. Yes, I was looking at the wrong one. We want the the Isuro. We want the Isuro version. Okay, so Isuro on runway 13, we make a nice little turn and go out to Isuro above flight level 90, and that's the only thing I see there. Coming in on the arrivals, let's see, approach. Nope, star. Are we getting a star? No, we're not. We're going to runway 19. Here is an ILS Zulu for runway 19. Our last waypoint is Vurat. Do we have anything called Vurat around here? How about a star with the word Vurat in it? Trejo. I don't see anything saying Vurat here. Okay, it's not going to be that one. We're coming from the other direction. I don't see anything there. That doesn't look right. No. No. Hey, this looks good. Do we have a Vurat over here? Okay, there's Kidam. I don't see Vurat. We're coming in. That's the wrong runway. Okay, this is for runway 19. Trejo. Asia. Dosmo. So maybe we'll put a pin in this one as maybe something we can use. That's runway 5. We're not doing that. We're doing runway 19. That's runway 23. Okay, well, let's see how that works. Uh-oh. Got another airplane taxiing by. I gotta speed it up here. There is Time Air. Okay, so this puts us out at Dosmo for runway 19. Does the ILS Zulu put us out at Dosmo? It does. Let's look at that. That might be good. And then over at Taxi, there's the airport, there's the charts. So, saved. There is our stack of charts. I actually really like this navigaph in this airplane. It's really pretty cool. Outdoor gamer, you dropped your laptop and now the screen is bleeding. That is never a good feeling when something like that happens. This did not load in our charts. So one of the things we can do is we can come over here. Did you see the plane levitating with cones around it? Yeah, it was definitely levitating for sure. Let's just import this and see. We can make an intelligent decision right now, which I think is good in this airplane, because if we don't, we're gonna die. Okay, coming out here, there's Sims and Vurat. And it's got us mostly to the south side of the airport. Here is Sims over here. Okay, so there is Sims, and it skips Vurat. So maybe what we do is we skip Vurat and go right to Sims and do the Sims 1 uniform arrival. So how about if we plan that Sims 1 uniform arrival? Let's plan that one instead. That might make our life a lot easier. And in this plane, if you plan ahead like that, that's a really good thing. That's right. My airplane has the chocks out, the door open, and the GPU and the cones out. That's why it was doing that. Polyat's right. That's why it looked weird. All right, let's try and build our flight plan. So let's do, now we do menu and departure. Okay, we're departing off of runway 1. Runway 1, you'd use the numbers on here. I always have to remind myself. And then it's the use row 1 Chuckles departure. That's departure number 1. And flight plan. Okay, there's our departure. Page 2. After use row, we're going to be on an airway. Oh, gosh. Okay, wait a minute. List. Yes, haha, remembered. Okay, so hit list when you have to do an airway. Oh, come on, dude, don't. Come on, list. Okay, there's that. Why doesn't list work? VNav, nav, DTO. You have to click. Oh, okay. We click the next line. So let's click the next line, then try and do list. Oh, thank you. Click the line, 777. Thank you. And I think Loviz said so, and Polyat said so. Okay, now let's see. Now we do airway. And from use row, it's the W2 Bravo or W28. At least it's not the WD-40 departure. Okay, number 1. And enter. And that means we exit the WD-40 at DIL. At DIL and enter. Didn't like that, did it? Use row, W28, and DIL. From use row via car to, is it DIL? It's DIL. It doesn't have it in there. DIL. DIL. Let's try it again. Doesn't like that either. Hi, Wheelchair Gamer. Welcome aboard. All right, return. Won't let me return. Airports. Flight plan. Return. So after use row, it's the W28 to DIL. Hi, Doozy. Beer cheers. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's try it again. Airway. From use row, number 1, and enter. Ah, this is different. I must have done something wrong. Now we need to find DIL as a number. Page 2. There's DIL. It's waypoint number 14. Hey, that was good. Okay, we did that. Doozy, so far so good. Nobody's been hurt. Nobody's been arrested. Okay, we got another airway. It's the UZ113. So list, airway, UZ113. It's airway number 6. And we're exiting that at VURAT, but we're going to try and exit at signs. So VURAT, we want to exit at waypoint number 3. We don't even care about VURAT today. Good. Got all that. Now then what we do is we do our arrival airport, which is SACO. S-A-C-O. SACO. Enter. Accept. Eagle Eye reminds us that the transition level is 3,000 feet here. Blue Rat did a route in European Truck Simulator. Happy truck simming. Okay, now let's do menu and arrival. And we're expecting runway 19, which is runway number 3. We are coming in on the SIMSU 10, right? We're coming in, it's, let's see here. SACO chart stars. It's SIMES for runway 19. SIMES, we want the 1 uniform. Next page, Sims 1 uniform. That is arrival number 10. Enter. Approach.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, Ash Logitech just walked in. Hey, Ash Logitech, thank you for coming in. Thank you for a nice resub and a 44-month resub. That was really nice. Thank you for being here for 44 months and being such great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for popping in today. Happy popping in. And I hope you, if you have to pop out, that you're popping out for fun stuff. And we'll see you again. But thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Welcome aboard. Okay. We decided for runway 19, the ILS Zulu. That's approach number 5. ILS Zulu. And we're coming in via DOSMO is transition number 1. And flight plan. There we go. That's it. SK is back in chat. Thanks, Ash Logitech. Welcome on in. SK McConnell is bought a modem and a router for a $10 clearance. That's good. It knocked out the network card. Eek. Is this an update? Oh, yeah, the Smokey Dave, it got updated for Flight Sim 2024. Hi, security man. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. And somebody said there's been several things. Posture check that I missed. TWA Raj said posture check. Martin said spy hat. Okay, I think I got those taken care of. Stretch a little bit here. And all this looks good. Okay, flight plan's in. Let's see, Ash Logitech in June. Ash Logitech's going on a real world flight. That'll be fun. And you've kind of got gritted teeth. Is that something that's scary? Okay, METARS. At SAZM, the altimeter is 1023. 1023. There we go. On the charts, our departure heading, we're taking runway 13. And that heading is 130. Okay. Transition is 3,000 feet. 130. Let's go. What are we at? Okay, let's go and put an altitude down here. How about 15,000 feet to start? This airplane's going to keep us busy. Wesley said to hydrate. Give me a sec here, Wesley. Okay, I'm going to squawk 0007. That's good. And everything else is good here. COM 1, 122, decimal 8. That's good. We're on the radio. We've got the APU up and running. Let's come up here and we're going to turn on generator 3. And we can disconnect ground power. I love the way this airplane flashes at you like that when you do that. It's like, okay, how did I screw up now? 15,000 feet will probably involve a mountain. No fear here. Or no sense. I had 9,000 feet here. SK did damage. The $10 deal is now in the trash. That's not good. SimBrief in its wisdom sent us up to flight level 300. So the first thing we're going to do is put the pressurization in so we don't kill the customers. 30,000 feet, and this is one where you add 1,000, right? So
Delta traffic Whiskey Yankee has cleared off the runway.
okay, that looks good too. Let's come over here and go to the airplane. And the doors are closed. I can disconnect ground power. Let's go and pump up the brakes. Don't forget to pump up the brakes. We'll just pump up both hydraulic systems here. We don't need to push back. This is a taxi out, so that's good. Brakes are pumped up. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to pull chocks. And I'm going to get off of this page because you could hit the cold and dark button and that might be a problem. Let's go to aircraft. No, it's going to go to charts. Charts. There we go. Cool. Airport. Okay, looks good there. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to start squawking. And we are squawking mode Charlie. Yep, that looks good. Let's do our seatbelts. Let's turn on. We got a groovy little beacon here. Top and bottom beacons of the airplane. Greetings, DMK. Welcome aboard. And our airplane's ready to go. Shall we get out of here? Am I the last one again? Of course. Okay. I think it's time to start some engines. Passengers are in their seats. Let's come down here, and I'm going to turn on our fuel pumps. And up here, we have starters. Be careful. Don't turn off the APU when you turn on the starter. Let's start engine number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. And release. Here comes the engine number 1 there. This is the high pressure, 10. I usually wait till we get 12, 13, 14, 15 right in the middle, and fuel. Engine starts. The flashing light is the igniter. John DFW says Spirit Airlines is charging 5 passengers $50 for oxygen. Well, I'm sure that'll make them breathe easier. Wesley, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Is that for real, John, or is that like, you know, Ryanair charging you to, you know, requiring you to swipe a credit card to use the loo? What is it? TTV Qantas is doing Eurowings, Newcastle and back. I hope they gave you a free 6-pack of Newcastle Nut Ale. Okay, starting engine number 2. And just like before, here comes the high pressure. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Fuel. Igniter is going. Greetings, Just Flight. They did the 146. Yes, they did. They did the BAE 146 and the RJ. And really, all of them are really, really great airplanes. They are. The textures in some cases look a little old, but they're still really good airplanes. They're great sim airplanes. And goes to run. And all of that looks good. Let's go and turn the APU bleed off. And we'll turn the bleed over here on. I'm going to turn off generator 3. And we can shut down the APU. Oh, you just hit the off button. That's right. Okay, we're powered up and ready to roll. This looks good. That looks good. Shall we get out of here? What are we gonna not forget in this airplane? The big blue lever. We don't want to forget the big blue lever. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to take off, and it's very embarrassing. All the other airplanes will laugh at us. I would not pre-order and wait. That's the same developer who did the awful Atlanta. They ported it over from FSX. Mar del Plata traffic. There is a Argentina Air Force Tango Flight 441 taxiing over to runway 13. Shall we go? Doozy paid $60 for a carry-on over at Frontier. I hear some passengers will really carry on about having to pay those fees. Flaps 8. Lift dumpers are armed. Wonder if we can get away without having to back taxi. We're 7,000. Do we dare? Let's go and uncage. Qantas Sim just bought Dusseldorf. Sometimes I see an airport and get all excited, and then it kind of just shatters the illusion. I think we're ready to go. Mar del Plata traffic. There is an Argentinian Air Force Tango Flight 441. We're going to do a quick back taxi on runway 13 and then depart the scene of the crime. Mar del Plata. We really need a DFW, but Loviz says that's probably not the one. Okay. I had seen that too. I never really had a chance to check it out, but going on to a runway means we need to do strobes. Let's also do extend the landing lights. The scenery was never worth $31. Really? This is a default airport, but I believe we all have a nice Cordoba. That we've all had we've done several flights into Cordoba. This is a really nice scenery. If you look in the terminal, they even modeled the waiting room seats, and the seats have plush Corinthian leather. Loviz says they did an FNO down here. I don't remember this airport before, but I do remember Cordoba. Because I did lots of, Ricardo Montalban jokes. Bad turbulence, you got that one? Okay, I'm glad that somebody caught that joke. Landing lights. Are we ready to give this a shot? Everything else looks good. Oh, I think I forgot to turn on anti-ice to auto. Yay, remembered that. Okay, I think it's time to go. Throttles up a little bit.
Come crew, please take your seats for takeoff.
Cabin is secured for departure.
80 knots.
Checked.
Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up.
Mar del Plata traffic. The Argentinian Air Force F-28 is clear of runway 13, departing to the south. Happy landings. Climb power. These are special switches, and they're kind of hard to see. Climb power is now set. Dampers, autopilot. Let's get on the beam. Or the GPS. Okay, that's good so far. Let's trim the nose down just a little bit so we can pick up some speed. Up altitude reporting. There we go. And we need to keep trimming this down a little bit till we can pick up that speed. There's 210. Alert and auto. And we're going to go to flight level 300, I think the flight plan said. Starting at flight level 240. So let's do an initial climb to 240. 23240. And be sure and rearm that second arm, that auto button there. Otherwise, you'll just go sailing right through that altitude like nobody's business. UK pilot over in DCS world, absolutely. The FA-18 Hornet, yeah, that's about the only airplane that I do anything decent in. I wanted to be good at the Spitfire and the Mosquito, but that never happened. It was kind of a little bit humiliating when we started doing the Mosquito and the Spitfire in DCS world. There we go. Now we're going to pick up a little bit of speed. That warning is old. And you need to get the F-14 in DCS. It's shared cockpit capable with one person pilot, and the other person is the officer that ensures that when you take off, you land in Rio de Janeiro. IAS climb, 250 knots. Do not get into a flat spin. That was a good Rio joke, right? You sent me at what you did. Thank you. Okay, so far so good. That is great. And our departure, if we go over to the Euros 1 Charlie, there we are. Our departure, it's being a very good airplane. 10,000 feet. So landing lights off, off, and off. Retract the landing lights and do the taxi light. Now then, we're going to come back to the autopilot and go back to pitch mode, and I'm going to pitch a fit. Now we're going to go and drop the nose again a little bit, our rate of climb, so that we can increase our speed to about 270 knots. There's not 200, yeah, 270. There's 260 knots. And there's our next turn, 265. This always is so painful. And there is 270, and now we do IAS climb. This is just like in the CRJ. By the way, you know, some of this pitch climb stuff. And then we're going to make our turn out here to ZM056 and then USRO. And you can see ZM056. Now then, Loviz is dying for me to come in here and put my VNAV number in. Because I always forget, but if you do that, you're going to get a nice top of descent. And then there is our main nav page. And out we go. This went surprisingly well. This went surprisingly well. And I need to move my bug up here to keep it straight up. There we go, that's good. Okay. And here we are on our departure, and out we go. And as usual, the en route charts are just terrible. They just don't work. Which is too bad. Okay, here we all are. ASXGS is still on the ground. Looks like a fighter plane there. They're probably going to intercept us. Okay, there's SACO up there. And out we go. UK pilot is there. Really, the F-28 is not that complex. This airplane? No, you just have to realize that it's, you know, it wasn't designed in the day where, you know, they were trying to make things super duper intuitive for pilots and automate a lot of stuff. That's how it is that we've got an upper panel that is like, but it's very functional too. Altimeter, we should have done we should have done the altimeter at 3,000 feet. Altimeters are checked and set. Good. And I'm going to move my bug over here. That makes the fast and slow indicator show up, and that way you can see if you're overspeeding, which I'm sure I will do on this airplane. And out we go. That was actually one of the most decent departures that I've ever done in this airplane. That wasn't too terribly bad at all. I think we lost the spy band. Dad, game time. Is there an event in SA tonight? San Antonio? We're doing Charlottetown to Montreal. And there is an event in Montreal tonight. This is Montreal Wednesdays on VATSIM. And we've never been to Charlottetown. I think that if I looked at it correctly, it all looks like it's a nice little beach town kind of a thing. It's an island town, I mean. Seat belts going off. Cabin is pressurizing. Passengers are not dying, so that's good. This is not the airplane to go climbing like a banshee. UK pilot says check the radar. I do see it looks like 2 airplanes have just departed out of Mar del Plata, and I guess one of those is you and one of the fighter jets here in Flight Sim. I never cleaned up any of my notes. There's no ATC here right now, but it's good to kind of keep your notes as clean as you can. And let's bump this up. First flight tomorrow is Berlin to Graz. LOWG. And that's Berlin Tuesdays. I have a feeling that Air Berlin will come out. It's been a while since we've had an Air Berlin flight. 23,000 feet. The flight plan said flight level 300 at Dill. So we have a step climb actually at Dill. My guess is that there might be some pickles involved. Berlin Thursdays. I'm gonna now rebug this for about Mach 0.75. I'm going too fast for VFR. Berlin to Stuttgart. You could get 2 events in one. Is that what we're doing? We were doing Berlin to Graz in Austria, right? We're doing an Austrian flight. And now it's going to hold our altitude like a good airplane. I'm going to go down to about 90% on my throttles. And let's see if we start overspeeding. Let's see. Eclipse says that Eurowings flies that flight. Actually, Eurowings got a lot. I think they got a lot of the Air Berlin airplanes. So at the one that I fly, the tail number that I have is actually a Eurowings airplane now. You guys do have a Canada flight on Sunday, but there is elite wings if you want to do the slot. So if you want to do elite wings on Sunday, I don't know how elite I'm going to be feeling at the time. Eclipse says that they leased 21 of their airplanes, of the A320s. I don't see anything really tasty here. Okay, this looks good. Let's come over here. Okay, that looks good. I have one airplane behind me. So, oh, that's the fighter jet. Okay. That's the fighter jet. And that's showing up on TCAS like it should. And my speed is not really... Okay. I'm going to go and add a little bit of speed here. A little bit of power, I mean. Let's go to 92%. About as close as we're gonna get. Speed is coming up. Okay. Okay, what are we doing here? The big look at that. That going up to 92%. Now all of a sudden, we're getting some speed here. All right, so we're going to stop at about Mach 0.75. So let's go and roll those throttles back a little bit here. There's about 91.5. There's 91.5. Let's see if that did anything. We want to just hold right by our little bug there, and let's see if we're accelerating from the bug. Doesn't look like it for the moment, but you got to watch out for that. Be careful about doing interceptions on VATSIM. That's technically not the best thing to be doing. Some, you know, you're kind of a little close to a code of conduct thing. Best place to do interceptions is DCS World. Okay, nav DTL. Let's look at VNAV. VNAV says we are 378 miles. We got a top of descent now. So we got a nice little top of descent here. That looks really good. Over on performance, it gives us an estimated time en route at our current speed of 107. Okay, we're now a little bit below my cute little bugs there.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
So
clearance
let's
granted,
go,
agent.
and we're going to go and add
Loyalty noted.
just a touch to the throttles here. So 91.5. I'm going to just barely bump that up to a little bit below 2. Okay, this looks good. And let's see now what it's doing to our speed. It should come back up a little bit. Irvy, so it's a little place called Charlottetown. And Charlottetown I do have for you. Hang on. A freeware airport. I don't know much about the freeware airport, but there you go. Hi, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is flying from point A to point B in the F-18, not doing anything else. Should Volanta be up, or is it not? Volanta is, I probably forgot to update Volanta. Give it just a sec. Loviz has never been to CYYG. Well, you're not living until you've been to CYYG, that's for sure. Okay, that looks good. I think we're doing great. Polyat, Eagle Eye, yes, they are following standard flight rules, which means you avoid other traffic. We're not here to do bumper planes. Not so bad. Our transponder is good. We are VNAV 353 miles. Yeah, this is Brazil. Brazil's really big. Brazil is really big. CYYG, we would love it. There's sand and golf. Oh, seafood. Okay. Oh, that's the person. Eagle Eye is in the iFly Max 8 aeroplane. In the you were the Argentinas Aerolíneas Argentinas that taxied by us. So Eagle Eye is that Argentinas 657. Doozy. So apparently, Air Canada Jazz flies a CRJ 900 on the next route. So we got 2 airplanes in a row that don't have an auto throttle. No fear. Okay, thanks 777 Bob. Yeah, I think so. We're okay for now. Okay, we're coming up. We're 42 miles away from Dosmo. Oh, did we pass flight plan? Did we pass that other one? Yo, we passed Dill. We're supposed to do a step climb to 30,000 feet. Right? Where's the flight plan? Yes, 30,000 feet step climb time. IAS climb. $30% on the dollar. Okay, so I think we should do pitch climb. And let's go and increase our throttles a bit here. How about 95% here? There we go. That's not bad. You really don't get exact numbers. Now we're going to pitch up a bit. We're climbing at about 1,000 feet per minute. That's not so bad. We could probably do just a little more pitch up. Remember, our Mach speed is going to go down, so I kind of want to get it closer to Mach 0.7 right now. There's 0.74. How about 0.71? And then we'll do... There it is. That's about as close as we're getting at. Now we'll go to IAS climb. And let the airplane handle it. Recenter my bug. Uh-oh. We've got ATC. But we're in the F-28. I don't know what I'm doing. We're gonna die. Uh-oh. All right, it's SAEF Center, 134.5. 134.5. Yeah, we're in the F-28, and when you get beeped in the F-28, your blood pressure goes up a little bit. It's sort of like, we can definitely panic now. Yes. SAEF Center is Zizia radar. I think it's a Zizia radar. SACA radar, good evening from Tango 441. We are in F-28, step climbing from flight level 240 to flight level 300.
441, good evening. Cesar Center Squawk 1604.
1604 for Tango 441. We're not squawking. We're not squawking 007 anymore. Not squawking 007.
Correcto, cruzando 100, notifico.
And our climb's going relatively...
441, identify 264, climb for level 300 for now.
Climbing flight level 300 for Tango 441. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, we're doing what we should do. I've already forgotten to do something important, but we're not climbing very fast. So I'm going to go to pitch climb, and I'm going to go down just a bit. No, I'm going to go up. There we go. Hi, O-Dreams. I'm just increasing my rate of climb here. O-Dreams, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Because the little barber pole's getting a little bit closer to us, so I didn't want to overspeed. That's the goal today, is not overspeed this airplane, which I do all the freaking time. So I'm taking this down to about Mach 0.71. Let's go back to IAS climb and continue. Now then, I already forgot to arm the altitude. So it'll stop us at flight level 300. Not Waffle got 737-800. Did your first
Pacific
flight?
radar,
It's way
Tango
harder.
51 at flight level 300. We lost internet but just came back on.
Oh.
Tango 51, good evening. Center Squawk 1627.
1627, Tango 51.
There, Argentina 657. I don't know if my flight plan shows, but I'm text only right now.
Okay, we're good.
657, Roger. I do hear you though. Squawk 1765, please. And are you continuing by a text?
That is correct.
Roger.
Not climbing that much, but still doing a good job at this altitude. This airplane is not a little rocket here. So, not Waffle, but it's definitely, I think, you know, for a flight simmer, when you know what you're doing and you're kind of get a little bored every now and then, the 737s
We
are a little
step
more
climb
fun.
to 300, so we'll stay here until descent.
It's a completely different kind of flight altogether. Yep.
Report over the level.
Roger, maintain 300 until, was that top of descent?
No, position level is the position where my controller ends.
All right, until your control ends.
Uh-oh, their control will be ending. You know what that means. We're going to be out of control. Things will get out of control on the spy flight. How shocking. And there's our altitude. Whenever I hear that in this plane, I always look to see that both of the lights are on so that we know that it's going to go and capture the altitude and stop the climb where it's supposed to.
Argentina 118. Adelante. Si nosotros estamos en condiciones de visual para Argentina 118 recibido, ¿tiene el campo a la vista? Afirma. 1718 autoriza aproximación visual de pista.
We've got a CRJ flight coming up next. It's Charlottetown to Montreal. This is about a 400-mile flight, so we probably ought to get on this. Hey, Loviz, welcome back in. I didn't know your internet crashed.
Por izquierda, directo San Antonio, probemos 108 Canero Pargan, 671.
So I'm going to get started on this just a little
Subscriber
early.
confirmed.
Hey, Mr.
Top
Mango
clearance
just came in
granted,
with a
agent.
nice
Loyalty
resub.
noted.
Mr. Mango, thank you for a tier 1 for 54 months. Wow, 54 months you've been here. Thanks, Mr. Mango. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and coming in. Welcome in, and I've already said happy weekend once. I know it's only Wednesday, but clearly I'm already in weekend mode. This is going to be a JZA flight. We're going to do CYYG. We're going to CYUL. And we're going to take a CRJ 900. Mr. Mango, thanks again for coming in and helping me to keep. And Mr. Long Wallace, it was 14 minutes ago. I don't remember saying thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Long Wallace, for 4 months. And great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks. Ash Logic Tech did one too 48 minutes ago. Okay, that looks good. Eclipse has been working with the A310 lately. Yeah, I think that the old A310, and plus that's not as good as some of the other airplanes that we've got. It's not as good as some of the other airplanes that we've got. So, okay, flight level 300, and we need to throw these throttles back a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to overspeed. Let's go to about 1.5 again. We're climbing, we're getting close. It's going to overspeed. Yeah, we're so close. Oh, got the overspeed horn. Let's go to about 89 now. That was pretty fast, actually. Let's go and put it to 90 and see what happens. And if the gap gets a little bit bigger here, that's good news. Yeah, it's getting a little bigger, so that's good. Okay, flight level 300. We're great. And yeah, if you like the A310, you're gonna like the A300 a lot, and it's a better quality airplane, by the way. The A300. Still 63 degrees out there. Wow. 18 degrees Celsius. Few cute little fluffy clouds. I think that we're doing, we're not doing anything with, I don't think that we're doing any storms or anything here today. So it's just chill out weather here for a few days. But yeah, Polyot's right. Any builds put a lot more detail into the A300 because it was a payware for them, but still, it's nice. The A306 in 2024 with the performance package is good. We flew the A310 when it first came out, and I think I did the A310 on across the pond once when there weren't a lot of options for cross the pond, but I do remember doing that. But yeah, the A300 is better, and I'm, looking forward to the, there's a navigation gear, an avionics upgrade that's coming. I know, the early days. Well, we were really, I think, close to CRJs, DC6s and CRJs. Those were those. I think what happened at that point in time, a long time ago, is I believe that what we were doing, I think we, the first few crossed the ponds, we went back to X-Plane. And that was probably a good thing to do, because over in X-Plane, we're flying across the ocean. The ortho tiles for the ocean were just as good as everything else. At that time, we also had some pretty nice payware airports and stuff in X-Plane. I'm just bumping this up here a bit. Just Jack's heading out of town. Thank you for catching the stream. Just Jack, safe travels. Thank you for coming in today. We will see you soon. I used to hate it when I found out you had to ride on the RAF TranStar. You like the VC-10s better. Doozy, that's what we're hearing, that it's good. Oh, the MD-11 is a lot more retro. It's retro. Just Flight is still doing the old A300. Yeah, that's the old A300, right? That's the one that has a flight engineer. That's a good way to put it. It's the 717 with 3 engines. That's a great way to put it. Okay, speed's coming back up to about Mach 0.17. Danny VDW says, good night and happy landings. Night, Danny VDW. Great evening to you. Thank you for coming on in. Happy Wednesday, even though I think it's the weekend. It's retro, but Flight Sim. I'd heard that the latest updates on that Flight Sim Studio 727 was actually okay. We haven't been in there yet. In that, it's when it's ready for 2024. I haven't been in it yet. I still need to update it, but. Okay, 195 miles to top of descent. Weather's been okay, New Zealand. You know, it's never really hot here, except a little bit, but it's not that bad. Okay. Just cleaning up some other windows. I tend to get a lot of windows open here. Uh-oh, we're getting close to the... We're getting close again. Is the gap closing between the... Yep, we're speeding up. Oops.
Unicom 22, 301, agradecido, buenas noches.
Let's try it right around 90%. See if that keeps us from overspeeding. New Zealand is getting to drive Formula One cars this weekend for your 40th birthday present. Wow. That sounds like a great time. Do you know which one? Is it just a Formula One car or something special with a driver and team that you like? That looks like it's going to hold about Mach 0.76, Mach 0.77. And I don't think we're overspeeding, so that's good. We are 176 miles from top of descent. And we're making the turn at...
Tango 51, leaving my airspace, ready to terminate morning Unicom now one.
Unicom, Tango 51, thanks a lot.
That's Loviz that just got kicked over here to Unicom. You gonna take the A310 out on the anchor flight? You should. Hey, Beethoven. Very nice, thank you. And thank you for coming in today, Beethoven. Happy Wednesday. Nice to be back. Nice to have the pixel planes in the sky. So far so good as we do the flight into SACO. The next flight is a little longer too, and we've got the jet stream in our face, so if you feel like it while things are boring in your cockpit, go ahead and start working on your flight plan for this next flight. Kind of have a look over here and see what we got. I believe we're departing from, I think it's this little island over here. No, it's not that one. There's a couple little islands. I think we're departing from down in here. So it looks like we're probably on our own for our departure. Yeah, it's right in the middle of this thing. So it's right in there. There's no ATC for our departure. Coming into YUL. They're on the 2-4s. So they're landing on the 2-4s here. Probably for us 2-4 left is what I'm going to plan for. The wind shift means that Loviz suggests landing runway 1 on SACO. Well, we better do a good landing because we don't want to get SACO'd by the airline. Nothing you need to prepare for. Prince Edward Island. That's the one, AH Mike. That's it, I think. So we're all set for that. Sim brief in our flight plan gave us 2-4 right. I'm going to guess 2-4 left for a CRJ. And it's got us departing on runway 28. Runway 28. The winds are 270 at 10, gusting to 20. Oh my gosh, the weather sucks there. Okay. Oh boy. Eclipse says we got plenty of time. Loviz is going to stay with runway 19 at SACO. Okay, it is 2311 Zulu. Over here. VNAV says we're got about 150 miles to top of descent. Rogers is checking in from Texas. Hi, Rogers. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Loviz wants the ILS. Yeah. I will take the ILS whenever I can get one. So we've probably got another 30 to 40 minutes of flying here. I'm slowed down a little bit. Rogers has started another job. Have I ever listened to the Smiths? No, I've never listened to the Smiths before. Congratulations on starting a new job, though. Let's come over here and set our bug straight up. Now we're still a little slow here. Oh, come on. Some of the buttons are a little close together. Heaven knows I'm miserable is hilarious. And that is your true story. Oh, I think everybody has had a true story about miserable job experiences. I mean, employers just seem to want to do that these days. Okay, this looks good. So right now, let's see, it's 23:13. My guess is we're probably going to be departing a little after 1 o'clock Zulu. How about 1:15? Maybe that's rather recent. It's my job as an employer to make everybody miserable. I pay the money, but I get paid in tears. Oh my gosh. Sadly, I know some former bosses that actually believe that. I'm going to add a little fuel for your flight, for your next one. It is a VATSIM event. At least 15 minutes of extra fuel. I mean, we don't have VATSIM going out, but coming in, we might have to hold or circle or something. Okay, so that's probably pretty good. I'm going to hold off on, well, we'll generate. But let's see. Okay, that looks good so far over there. Now let's see what's going on back down here. Okay, looks like we got 3 airplanes ahead of us going into SACO. Cordoba. Probably shouldn't call it SACO. And my speed is now coming up again. Let's make sure that we're not going to overspeed. We've already done it once. I don't think it's really actually accelerating much. Maybe it's going to hold. Yeah, it does look like it's holding, so maybe we can trust it for a few minutes. We do have an ILS Zulu for runway 19. The ILS coming in says 110.3. And we need to set this up over on this radio. The inbound course says 185. And we're going to set that over here. 185. There we go. Minimums, always in the lower left-hand corner of these things, is 1,807 feet, or 203. Use the radar altimeter. That's the small number in parentheses. So it's 203. This is set to 200. 203. Minimums are set. I'm doing this ridiculously early right now, and we are about ready to overspeed. Let's see if we saved it. The airspeed indicator does not actually operate on a dime. Average Canadian is back over in YouTube. Welcome back, Average Canadian. Thanks for coming in. Happy Wednesday. Okay, at least we're not overspeeding, so that's good. And we are 102 miles from top of descent. So normally at about 100 miles from top of descent, that's when I'm going to start setting up my arrivals. We are, of course, done, so we have got, 100 miles to kind of sit here and chill. Yeah, can't I be retired? Average Canadian did Orlando to Montreal. Average Canadian, are you going to do the Montreal VATSIM event? Okay, we're not overspeeding. That looks good. That's actually a fairly nice livery. Boy, the strobes are bright on this airplane. The strobes are bright outside that one. The only altitude we have to worry about is 5,000 feet at Dosmo. A quiet night over this part of Brazil. This airplane doesn't give us a really good estimated time of arrival. I heard a bell. I have the door open. There is a red dome light that we could turn on. Oh, it's the center console. I thought it was up on the upper. A red dome light. So, oh, I bet it's not down here. I bet it's more up here. It's a switch. It's not a dial. Engine, instruments, normal, APU fire. Okay, so it's not there. Let's come down here. It's not down here. It's a switch. It's a red dome light. Let's see if it's by the other lights. That kind of makes sense. Red dome light right here. Oh my gosh. Well, we have now officially gone into Barbie mode here. I'd say this is more of a pink Barbie mode light. This is the Barbie movie cockpit. That's a good light. Average Canadian. You don't fly on VATSIM. Okay. Right now, average Canadian is doing Charlotte to Montreal. You're doing a long flight. It's on the light switches. Thanks, Loviz. This is a cool light. Eclipse says that Ken is going to be in the cockpit. Oh, it's for dark rooms, so we can process our film while we fly. That's a good idea. Just barely trying to bump this up to about 90%. O Dreams sees something similar in Amsterdam. Loviz says that this is like flying the DC-6 at night. AH Days hasn't seen this since your Navajo days. So we've entered the red light district, I guess, is what O Dreams is saying. Well, that's going to trigger all sorts of, just, 7-year-old sense of humor jokes, right? Frankie Stat is on a 7-stream streak. I think I missed that 17 years ago, Frankie. Thanks for being here. Just kind of bumping these up barely little bits. About the time that I find the sweet spot for all of this, that's going to be about the time to stop our descent. My hands are full with the F-28. Thanks, Frankie. Welcome in. So far, so good. We're CRJing, though, into Montreal in just a bit. I think that this waypoint is at the boundary for the ATC. So we're going to get kicked back over to Unicom. In 11 miles, I think. That's the prediction. something about breaking things, assuming I haven't broken it.
Plata 441, where service terminated, exchange approximately
122.8 for Tango 441. Thank you so much. Have a good week. 122.8. Eagle Eye, I have no idea what the person on the ground at SACO is saying due to them speaking Spanish. You generally can kind of put the pieces, parts together with these things. I mean, you know, unless it's that, you know, red light thing that O Dreams was talking about, should probably be, you know, just they're talking about ground things. The SO command works. Thank you for setting up an SO command. Hey, look at that. It works. And that worked too, I think. Oh, it's on a cooldown. Hey, Wolfies. Wolfie5, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for coming by. We are halfway through our flight in Brazil. This light is very intimate. Yes, apparently it's a special colored light in some cities. Hey, Wig Bill. So far, so good. Let's see. You were driving home. Uh-oh. Are you guys feeling a little bit better right now? You dealing with the goblins. That's going to happen. How about it? Is it feeling a little bit better? Because I know you and the goblins weren't doing well. Wolfie, happy Wednesday. We are in Argentina right now, not Brazil. That's right. We are not in Brazil. We are in Argentina. We are 39 miles from our top of descent. Our altitude is going to be 6,000 feet. Let's give it a little bit more time. On the whole, the house ended up getting it between Thursday through Monday, but everybody is on the mend. Keep getting well soon. Good luck with that. You know, the whole house being sick can't be very much fun. Hydrospace says here in Brazil they speak a very complex Portuguese, but in Argentina, which is where we are here, this is going to be more Spanish. Yep, pretty much. We've got about, 30 miles to top of descent. I think I've found we've found the sweet spot for the throttles. Ignition continua. Rosario, is that it? Loviz sees the airport, and that's good to know that there's an airport. Rogers, so far so good. It's actually been in the 60s. Uh-oh, it's being a brat. Hang on. There's something about that camera that I have to refresh every time I punch it. Something's weird about that. So 60s, we're starting to get the haze on the horizon, which is pollen and all of those other things that make us feel so delightful in the spring. There was a lot of toilet paper. Oh crap, man, that's wow. You can all actually eat food. That's nice. Polyot says, made the good night command work now. That's right, not an expense you've got to worry about. That's right. I think it's better than the Arctic stuff. I know. We've got all sorts of, let those jokes start flying too. Okay, looking really good. It really hits the fan. But you do realize if that's going to happen, Wig Build, this is your opportunity to open your very own OnlyFans page now. I'm sure that there's somebody that will pay money to see that. Polyot is setting some new commands and doing the lurk command now. Up 17 miles, time to go. Okay, 6,000 feet. So 6,000 feet. Now, Loviz says we should use the vertical speed on our descents here. So right now our speed is, I'm going to go bug this at about 270 knots, right about there. Let's roll our throttles back a bit. Oh, thank you. No, Polyot, thank you for taking the time to set up some of the fun commands there. Beethoven says it's not Castilian Spanish. Did I say that right? It's not Latin Spanish. It has many influences of the Portuguese language in Argentina. Really? So your basic Spanish class is not going to do it. Okay, now we're going to go and we're going to hit vertical speed here. And I'm going to go and do 1,500 feet per minute, which is what I planned for. Loviz says vertical speed is on the money for Loviz's flight. And down we go. 1,500 feet per minute, that's what I planned for. We were actually 16 miles from top of descent. So let's go and reduce this. How about half that and see what happens. Wigbill, thank you for coming in. You hear the goblins are in disarray and you must deal with them. Wigbill, thank you for coming in. You and your family keep getting well soon. And, you know, if you do get a chance, call your stockbroker and you know, get that stock deal done on in toilet paper futures. And I'll save you the rest of the 7-year-old jokes on that because the goblins will probably fill in for that very well. Man, that was the weather cam disconnecting. I think those lights, point at it, those lights straight ahead, I think that's our destination. I think that is Cordoba. Okay, top of the list tomorrow is talk to the old stockbroker. There we go. Loviz says, yes, indeed, those are the lights of Cordoba ahead. Nighttime flying is actually a little bit annoying and stuff. It gets old after a while. That being said, I've got to tell you, you're flying along like this, it's not too dark, and when you see the lights of your destination up ahead, it kind of adds a little bit to the ambiance of the whole thing. Beethoven is not a native Spanish speaker, but you've learned it's also private, but more the Latin Spanish when you hear Argentinian speaking. So it's good. So yeah, your basic Spanish class is not going to do it if you're going to Argentina. It's going to be something completely different. Is it something that, you know, you do pick up in time though? Eclipse says it's the same dia. Ignition is saying hola and salute from Spain. Ignition continua, welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today and salute back to Spain. Beethoven says Peruvian speaks nice. And then there's one culture that doesn't speak at all. They write everything down, and they have beautiful fountain pens and stuff. And they have a very special, you know, what they write in, and that's why they're called the Incas, because they write in Inca. Okay, not that great, but still, just coming up with that, just like right here and now. That was pretty good. I had to get my pen and write that, my Inca pen and write that down. Rogers lived in Seville for a while. It was terrible? Okay. Well, I'm glad that I'm up to my usual standards. I do get points for being quick on that one. That's good. 15 miles. So we could probably reduce this descent just a bit more. There's 25,000 feet. That's usually when I go and do seatbelts. Okay, let's go, and everything looks good here. Nothing big is popping up. Let's go and see if anything's happened here. So, nothing new for Montreal. For Charlottetown, there's nothing there either. So, let's go over here. And it is 23:35 Zulu. We're probably going to have another half an hour of this flight. So I guess our departure time is probably okay. Let's just go ahead and file. The departure times aren't really that important. Not pre-file, but let's go get the flight plan. We're done. So it really is probably a good one. It's only really important when you do. It's only really important when you're doing a flight on VATSIM that's normal. Average Canadian took off from Charlotte in the UA. Yeah, that's right. This is a little bit different. Vinyl Rabbit, it will be dark tonight. I don't think it's, hopefully it's not that dark. I mean, it's not dark in this airplane, so we've obviously got the moon out. Finally, yeah, there's the moon. So even though it's dark, it's not going to be that bad. Not that pitch black that we have all the time in the sim, which is never any fun. 17 miles now from Dosmo. And at Dosmo, we have to be above 6,000 feet. Average Canadian's got 25 minutes to land in Montreal. Oh, okay, you're not on VATSIM. I was going to say, it was looking pretty busy over on VATSIM, but you're not over there. $13 miles to Dosmo. I don't think I'm buying. I think I'm ridiculously high here. I don't think my math is mathing. Because at Dosmo, we have to be above 6,000 feet. I'm at 22,000 feet. We are a little high. The little throttle horn there. Okay, let's put this bug down here for 25 knots. That looks good. I think I did forget one thing. I forgot to do bugs for takeoff. Now then, transition here is 10,000 feet, so transition here should be 11,000 feet. So let's go to over here, and at SACO, the altimeter is 1016. Oh my gosh, there is now a bad joke counter. A bad joke counter has been initiated. Well, that's going to be a number that, you know, exceeds the capacity of computers before too long. Okay, maybe we're not that bad. I don't know what it was talking about at Dosmo. Maybe that was the first one, but we're actually going... We haven't even hit CO 1313. So I'm going to guess we really aren't all that. I was going to say, I couldn't have been off that much. Let's go back to 1,500 feet per minute. The Geneva, yeah, they're going to have a lot of reports in Geneva. But at least they've all got good chocolate there, so they're in good shape. Passing 17,000 feet. Yeah. Let's go back to more like 15, and we're good. Okay, CRJing for our next airport. There was a freeware that I picked up over at flightsim.to. Let's see. Average Canadian, if you're going to have 3,000 extra kilos of fuel, that's about right. Usually in an A320, it's more like 1,700 to 1,900 for the basic minimums and stuff, depending upon the distance to your the distance to your alternate. Wolfies, Charlottetown to Montreal. Charlottetown is out on a Canadian island on the East Coast. There's a freeware over at flightsim.to, and we've all got Montreal. There we are. We finally appeared on the map. So we weren't as low as I thought we were. I misread that one gauge. All the passengers being so well behaved tonight. There's a good 250 knots there. And our descent's actually behaving pretty decently at the moment. All of the arrival is set. Altimeter's 1019, I think. So shocked that I remember that. 1016 millibars. I think I'm the only one here. Let's go direct to DickX. Because, you know. We're going direct to 18. There we go. We'll just shave a little bit there. That's what it was. Tango 51 has arrived. Low vis is there. That's what it said. I haven't named these names. Somebody else has come up with the names here. Direct to DickX. It's what it says, DIKEX. You decide how that should be pronounced. Average Canadian confirms that Charlottetown is on Prince Edward Island. Average Canadian has been there before and even caught a lobster there. Gambling and shoutouts no longer have cooldowns. So you can do gambling. Let's see. There was a hype train. It was 14 minutes ago, and I missed that. You've added a new command called schedule. Average Canadian's cousin caught the lobster with his bare hands. Oh, really? So you didn't actually catch it. I hope that didn't make you too crabby. You didn't think I was not going to shellfish out another joke like that. Approaching 10,000 feet. Any other commands that you need to add while I have the dashboard open? Well, I certainly don't think that there's a need, for a command, something along the lines of, Dave, behave, or be good, stop cussing like a sailor, those sorts of things. We're always so nice here. Grow up when the jokes are a little bit too childish. Wolfie says, yeah, okay, I don't know where we do that. You're going to have to add that as a sound effect? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I had a movie of Chernobyl blowing up, which was what could possibly go wrong. 10,000 feet. Okay, and we've still got this set, so that's good. I lost you. What could possibly go wrong? So I've got that. I don't know if I've still got that. Oh, where did I get that? Where did I get Chernobyl? It was a movie. It was a movie that we could play. Yeah, these are all just sounds. I don't know what I did with that movie. No, it's not going to be those. I know that we did have Anatoly Dyatlov there. Not great, not terrible. Yeah, I don't know where that would have been. Where I might have said. I could probably find that somewhere. It sounded like Lemmings. The GIF was separate from the sound. I don't have it there. Okay. But yeah, Wolfie, we'll figure out something. That's kind of like, our normal world here. So I'll try and find that again. It's got to be somewhere. Maybe I can find the Hindenburg blowing up, or, the Titanic hitting up. The Titanic hitting an iceberg, or the Enterprise blowing up. That would be good. Okay, coming up on 6,000. Altitude will hold. We need to make sure that we get our throttle up. There's no auto throttle, and then it slows down way too fast. Landing speeds. Bugs are set for landing. And I'm going to redo this bug over here for 250 knots. We need GIFs of things blowing up. Yeah, Chernobyl, the Enterprise, the Titanic. What other things blew up? The Death Star. I will not forget my lift dumpers. Throttle's going up here to hold 250 knots at 6,000 feet. You can't handle the way that I say Jeff. It's G, not J. Okay, well, G. I'll stop saying it that way. I'll stop saying it. Okay, coming up at Dosmo, we actually do need to start slowing it down. So let's go ahead and bug 210 knots. And like give with an F. GIF. Well, I always thought it was like, you know, Jiffy ice cream. GIF. Well, the thing is I'm also such a modern person right now. I don't do, you know, GIFs that much. I do pings. He said trying to be snobbish about it, but apparently didn't do a good job. Okay, 6,000 feet. That looks good. Over to the ILS. And there is our airplane. I will divide the internet and end the world if I say it with a J and not a G. Really? It's more, that's more important than, I don't know, pineapple on pizza? Speed's coming down. That's a close second. Okay, that's a close second. Of course, the one thing is, I may call it jiff and cause trouble, but at least I know never to put the milk in my teacup until after I brewed my tea. I've learned that lesson. So it's going to be good. Really? That's a controversy that's been around for a while? Oh my gosh. Oh yes, let's do the horn again. Because boy, we just love that horn. There's Dosmo. After Dosmo, we need 3,900 feet. Vertical speed and snag it when you get there. But probably not as long as the controversy between X-Plane and P3D. I mean, that one clearly goes back. Calima, you've never heard it with a hard G until the late 2000s. It was a web developer long before that. I know, Mountain Man. I don't want to download it again. I know that they've gone and they've fixed a bunch of stuff and they've supposedly better performance, but as much as I really, really like that, it's sort of like I've kind of moved beyond that in a way. X-Plane versus Microsoft Flight Simulator, Volanta versus SimToolkit Pro. We have all sorts of controversies out there. I got the airport, I got the runway, wheels going down. And so we don't disappoint low vis, lift dumpers are armed. Okay, let's go over to, I'm going to go to heading hold, and we're going to come down here and go to nav. I'm going to get back on the beam.
Flaps 25.
Who needs an autopilot? Cordoba traffic, there is an Argentinian Air Force Fokker F-28 on final approach for runway 19, landing Cordoba. Flight factor, yeah, I think we've heard that. Wolfie's forgotten that Sim Toolkit Pro actually exists. Okay, lift dumpers are active. We did use that for a while, and it worked pretty good. I think one of the big reasons, several people had started using it, and we did a VATSIM event that the controller had to take off. And so it was a long VATSIM event with the wind right in our face. It was windy. It wasn't very nice. It was just a bad day. And so we all decided, okay, we're bored as hell. So that's when we all kind of made the switch over to Volanta. That was a day.
Cabin is secured.
Okay, exiting to the right. Beyond ATC versus Say Intentions.
500.
Flight slope. Pull up, 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 flight slope.
That's not irritating at all, is it?
Pull up, flight slope. Pull up, flight slope. Pull up, flight slope. Pull up, flight slope.
Too low, flaps.
Landing.
Too low, flaps. 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 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
No reversers. All right, we got the lift dumpers opened. And the butt flaps were open.
Thank you for flying Ryanair. Last year, over 90% of our flights arrived on time.
Including this Ryanair flight. And you have to manually turn off the lift dumpers. Cordoba traffic, the Argentinian Air Force F-28 is now clear of runway 19, taxiing to parking. Happy landings, Cordoba. We need a Ryanair F-28. I think the biggest thing that I did is I forgot to turn on the landing lights. One, two, three, four. APU's coming on up. I think there's the other Argentinian Air Force flight. Let's go over on this one. We need a Ryanair Fokker F-28. Taxi light off. Altitude reporting off. And look at that. How about that? What a nice little airplane. There we go. And parking brakes are on. And do we have a generator? And now we can come down here and we'll do engine 1, engine 2. Fuel pumps can go off. We should stop squawking. Squawkage is off too. I really do like the charts app for this airplane. Chocks, ground power, go to passengers and start deboarding. And there we go. And there's our cute little airplane. I think I've still got my strobe, my beacons on. Yeah, the beacons are still on. There's 2 of them. And there we go. I think we made it. That's not a bad, this was not bad at all. This was a nice route, nice flight. Landing rate was a minus 113. A minus 113. I know I floated a little bit, but it wasn't too bad of a float. That was actually, oh, this was, I forgot, this is a pretty cool little airport, Cordoba. That was not bad at all. In case you missed it, there is this based on a real BAC 111 Ryanair. Ryanair once had a, oh really? So they had a BAC 111. So that's what this is. Well, there's a Ryanair Fokker out there, so, you know, a number of us aren't here to fuck around. Really. What the livery, and this is what that livery was based on. Oh, no kidding. So look at what they had. Always had the harp with the angel with the wings. That's an angel with wings, right? Okay, we've already got a flight plan, I think. So let's go ahead and I'm going to get the restart going quickly. That was actually a nice looking airplane. I'm going to pre-file now on VATSIM. It is 0003. I think I'm going to change my time. It's the BAC 111. I don't know, it was one of those older jets in a way. 0, how about 35? That should do it for us. Apply and generate. That was, we're awfully mean to Ryanair, but they're actually pretty cool. And again, I'll always try and want to be extra nice to them because of what they did for the Flybe crew, the ones that, you know, the guys who lost their jobs and stuff. That was a classy move on their part. Let's see if we could file on VATSIM. Here we go. Awaiting the day you fly the Avro RJ. So the Avro RJ, flight level 360 is our new one. So I've already got this, the BAE 146. I've got the F-28. Do I really, really need another airplane that I'm just going to fly once or twice? I mean, especially in the world of today, I kind of feel like it's I kind of think the way things are, I really feel like it's important to start saving a little bit, preparing for the future. Loviz says wait for the F-100. Okay, there's Prince Edward Island. And we've already got the flight plan set. I've already got to get rid of that page, and I need to save the flight plan. I didn't save it. There we go. That's good too. Now what else can we do? Oh, I could change the title. Let's see if this actually works. Probably won't. Wolfie says that the RJ is fun. You need to find more excuses to fly it. Average Canadian, thank you. Yeah, it was a nice landing. It felt pretty good. Syndicate has been in chat. It was 7 minutes ago. Syndicate says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate, Syndicate. And if you're flying with me too, this is hour 5, so you ought to probably stretch a little bit and move around. And if you've got hydration material, you should hydrate. Hydration is good. Let's go get a CRJ. And we need the 900, right? Air Canada Jazz. Okay, I have the reversers set up for this one. I think I even used the parking brakes with this. Okay, Air Canada Jazz, that looks good. Let's come over here and do... We're going to CYYG. Loviz uses the checklist to get the RJ going. If I get in a hurry, you miss things. My guess is the terminal is over here. Let's see if there's anybody on the ground there. I think I'm the first one to get there. But you just know I'm going to be the last one to take off, right? Once you understand the philosophy of the airplane, it'll be all right. Seriously, what kind of effed up philosophy is the upper panel on those airplanes? Just saying. I mean, you know I regularly whine about that, but Loviz took the RJ on vectors to Copenhagen, and it's perfect for vectors. Really? Polyot flies the HPG BA and Avro RJ from Simviation. London City, really? Holy cats, it's already dark? Well, it's not dark there, but seriously, it's already dark, he said in his whiny voice. You know what? We don't have to fly in the dark. Vital Rabbit warned us. I'm flying in the daylight. I have the power of time. I have just decided to play God. I have just decided that I did the time. I thought I did it wrong. I rolled it back to the 1950s. Really? I rolled it back to, it's Wednesday, April 9th. I rolled it back to about 1700. So I rolled it back to about 6 p.m. I did 24-hour historic. You need to do custom. I don't want to do custom. That's good. That's not gonna. It's gonna give me live weather, but I have to do this. You just don't roll the time back. I have to do this now. Okay. As long as the live weather is showing. When you use the slider, it gives you weather from the time. This gives me live weather, but okay, I'll do it that way. It's got to be custom. Never knew about that one. Okay, this is a CRJ 900. So, okay, so I didn't realize you had to do that slider thing. Well, I appreciate you telling me. You know, you could have let it slide and that wouldn't have been a good thing. Couldn't resist. Good evening, Clatton TV. Let's power this up and get going. You just knew that I was going to turn that into a joke, right? Because the nearer your destination, the more you'd be sliding away. That's the new thing for 2024. You can choose a time within the last 24 hours and have weather from the time. That was the bug in Sim Update 1. Okay, so if you want to play God with the clock, you need to go to custom. Flight plan, import. There we go. And the airplane is open. Let's get a ground power card. Okay, all that looks good. Let's start turning the airplane on. We have Boris sounds on this airplane, by the way. Battery. Ground power. Nav lights. Hydraulic 3A system. No smoking to on. Arm the emergency exit lights. Windshield heaters on. Recirculating fans on. Backlighting in the upper panel about halfway. That explains when you changed the time a week ago, you had different weather from low vis into DCA. That's right. I think that's exactly why it was different. Yeah, I think you're right. That's probably why it happened. I'm going to get a little integrated lighting up here. Not much, just a little to make it easy to read. Airplane's coming to life. Okay, initialize position. Let's come over here first. Charts. Let's see. CYYG. And I've got the correct flight plan. There we go. Here is the airport, and we're at the terminal. I don't know what gate we're at. I don't think it matters. There's no ATC. We do not have a SID or a star going out. Probably up there is the Charlottetown 3 departure. It's vectors off the runway. Select transponder. Oh, that's comms. Maintain 5,000 feet. So maintain 5,000 feet is our altitude on departure. 5,000 feet. Let's turn those obnoxious things off and go and do CYYG. CYYG. Position init, and there we go. GPS position's relatively close. Let's take that and put that in there. Nav. And nav. There we go. Got those. Dead game time. The F-70, F-100 will be fun. Okay. CYYG. Be sure and keep an eye out for lobsters walking around on the tarmac here. Apparently people catch lobsters here. CYUL. I think that was average Canadian talking about catching lobsters here. CYOW is our alternate. We are JZA. And our first waypoint is IKURO. Akuro. Akuro. After Akuro, we are on the Q858 airway. Q858, right? And we exit that at Dulba. D-U-L-B-A. D-U-L-B-A. Dulba. No, you got to put an A in there. Dulba. Then we're on another airway. No, it's direct to Oddboss. O-D-B-O-S. O-D-B. There's our flight plan. Done. Execute. Cool. Open up the little flap. Hey, Firebird. Hope I said hi. Welcome aboard. Be sure you drink your Ovaltine. I still have just a little bit of... it's actually become cold coffee. Let's get rid of this. Okay. And that looks good. Let's do departure and arrivals. YYG, we're going to do runway. Sim brief in its wisdom said runway 28. Let's just take it. We'll do the YYG 3 departure and execute that. Coming on in, our arrival, we are expecting 24 left, ILS 24 left. We're doing the Ombre 2 arrival. Ombre 2 via Oddboss. Do we have Oddboss? We do. And it's vectors to the runway. And now that's done. Let's also go and grab those charts. CYUL. CYUL. Okay. Trying to think if JF, not GF, that's okay to say JF. Okay. Stars, Ombre arrival. We are expecting 24 left. Grab the chart for 24 right. Some of these controllers can be tricky. Airport and parking spots. There we go. All of our charts are good. And the arrivals and departures are in. Let's do performance. Our initial climb. It's flight level 360 is what we filed for. 36,000 feet. If we have to go to our alternate, it's 14,000 feet. Performance, no, flight plan. Let's load the payload and the fuel. I'm going to start up the old APU here. Let's go to performance. Those numbers look good. Set the payload, copy performance data, and set the bugs for takeoff. Okay, this looks good. Let's see.
Again. Spy.
Oh my
do you need a checklist?
Gosh, the checklist reminder is back. Yay. Okay, we got that all set. Thank you, Volanta. I appreciate it. It worked. Let's see. Average Canadian is doing Amman to Toronto. You're doing an 11-hour flight? Man, that's a long time. Page 2. Average winds are 256 at 79. 256 at 79. This is why this is going to be a long flight. Winds right in our face. The ISA is 6 degrees. Execute that. Departure time. Airplane time, it's 1817, 1830. We'll just call it that and execute that. VNAV, no reason to set those up. 1800, flight level 360, 1800. That looks great. Performance, though, there is a flex temperature that we get if we come over here, and we are going to flex to 39 degrees. 39 degrees is our flex. MFD menu, VNAV, progress, and that looks great. Dad Game Time says panic. I don't think we need to panic quite yet. It's going to be fine. Nobody's going to get hurt. Does this airplane... Yeah, this gives us weather. Our altimeter is 3000. There we go. Our heading on departure is going to be in charts. Let's go to the pin board and oh, it's only for the airport. We're departing on runway 28. What? No. 28, no way. Let's go with runway 03. Unless the wind is really bad. What's the wind? I think runway 3. I don't want to do that kind of a back taxi. That's no fun. What's the wind? 230 at 12, gusting to 19. Good night. Good evening, Osmac. Welcome back in. So the wind's not that bad. We're super pilots. I'm doing runway 3. I mean, seriously, it's a back taxi, right? Yeah, it's a back taxi. Then again, I'm the only one here. Who cares? Yeah. Runway 3. Nobody will ever know the difference. 027 is our heading on departure. Departure and arrival. Runway 3. That's better. 027 degrees is going to be our heading off the runway. There we go. That looks good. Okay, all that's set. Let's see. We're going to go with 122800. So I can talk to myself here. And we're going to squawk 0007. Passengers are aboard. I'm going to go seatbelts. And let's start closing doors and depart the scene of the crime. Aircraft. Close, close, close. And do we have an APU? Yes. Disconnecting ground power. Ground power car can go. Do we have brakes on? We do. I'm going to release my chocks. Closed, 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 removed. All of that is good. I think everything else is pretty much ready. Let's do a beacon. Let's get a pushback truck and depart. I thought I did that. UK pilot. Hit refresh on your browser and make sure I did. I thought I did. Very refreshing. It's always refreshing to hit refresh on your browser. Okay, that looks good. Okay, aligning is still going on. Oh, I know why it's taking longer for aligning. You know why? We're up further north. I think it's almost done. I think it's almost done. Hey, look at that. It's done and we're ready to go. Okay. Tug's ready. Doors are closed. Aircraft, everything is clear there. That looks good. Beacon is on. Passengers are in their seats. I say we depart. Am I still the only one here? I'm the only one here. Parking brakes off. Let's do reverse. Fuel pumps. Rest of our hydraulics go on. Fryok has got drinks and snacks going on today. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. That's probably pretty good right there. Stop. Parking brakes. Tug. And remove. Engine number 2 starting on up. What kind of snacks did you bring to the flight today, Fryok? Yeah, this should be a very nice chill flight. I mean, we'll have some pretty good ATC coming on in, but this one should be nice and chill. Let's see. Coming on in, though, the destination airport. CYUL. Airport. 120 feet. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2. There's 120 feet. Starting engine number 1. 1, 2, 3. You got to hold these buttons down. That's something new. With the update in 2024, you have to hold the button down. Doritos, trail mix, jerky, brownies, and Dr. Pepper. those sound good. I did do a little bit of, you know, mental cobweb clearing the past few days and made some chocolate chip cookies, and they were really good. Engine number 2. Oh, did I get 120? I sure did. Landing elevation is set. And there goes that. Secret to making nice chocolate chip cookies: don't use as much butter as recipes call for. They won't be as hard and crunchy unless you like your cookies really hard and crunchy. Less butter means they'll be fluffy and not, you know. Two good starts on our engines, looking good. And bleeds going on, air conditioning goes on, APU can go off, and all of those look great. We do have to set trim. That's on performance. Trim is going to be 6.6. Flaps are going to be 8. Let's get going. I still think I'm the only one here, so let's just go. Yaw dampers, stabilizer trim, mock trim, squawking, parking brakes off, toe brakes on, nose wheel steering turned on, parking toe brakes off. Add just a little bit of power. And around we go. Back to charts. This airplane, when you load it down with fuel, kinda doesn't do that great as far as thrust idle taxi. Not a bad little freeware airport here. The terminal looks really nice. Looks like they modeled some of the inside of the terminal too. No jetways here. I imagine boarding a plane here is a little on the chilly side. Okay, takeoff config check is good. We're ready to go. This is going to be a heading hold off the runway, not a nav hold. Charlottetown traffic, there is an Air Canada Jazz CRJ talking to himself as we taxi over to runway 3, depart to the north and the west, Charlottetown. Speeds for takeoff. Rotate at 141. It's really kind of hard to see those numbers down there as they're kind of flying by. So it's really kind of nice to be able to do that. This is Canada. I think it's chilly. I'm going to go anti-ice on, just in case. I didn't hear anybody on frequency. I say we just go. Yep, we were on 122.8 strobes. Cabin call. Okay, Montreal, here we come. Probably should start cooking Timbits. Running lights. Oh, forgot to do the nose light for taxi. Flex. Knots, steering with the rudders. 100 knots. We got a big old lump in the middle of the runway here. V1 and rotate. Wow, did we use a lot of runway today. Positive climb gear. Probably because of the wind. Look at how far off we got blown off the runway there. That should be about 1,000 feet. Climb power. Yep, we got climb power. Speed. AP. And let's kick the speed up to about 210. There's 210. Charlottetown traffic. That Jazz CRJ's cleared the runway, departing to the east. Nice talking to you, Charlottetown. Flaps. There's 210. Looks like things are still a little bit frosty there, but most of the snow looks like it's gone. Did I put the right weight in? Walk the Beagle. I think so. I just copied it over from the flight plan. Now, maybe I was off a little bit, but I can't imagine that I was that much. It's just us. We're going to flight level 360. Let's go up there. Uh-oh, I'm overspeeding. Flaps up. Airplane's upset. We'll check that as soon as I get everything set up here, Walk the Beagle, and maybe I did. But we did use an awful lot of runway. Now, I also was kind of playing a little bit on the, you know, not really playing around, but okay, there's 36,000 feet. Let's go ahead and get heading to Trudeau, I'm guessing. TRDUV, Trudeau. Let's get some speed here. 250 in this part of the climb. Master caution. Why are you upset? Seatbelts, no. Oh, ice. That's why I put on anti-ice. Speed's coming up. Flaps are up. Okay, let's go direct intersection. Oh, it's Erdov. Okay. And there we go. And nav. Coming up on 10,000 feet. At this point, we can speed up to 270. 270. More ice. That's what the caution's all about. And 10,000 feet. Lights. I've still got anti-ice on. That's good. Don't need any of those passenger signs. So I've got windshield heat and we've got probe heaters. Oh, I didn't have Cal ice. I just did probe. I thought I got those too. Well, I hope we're not going to fall out of the sky. This is a very long CRJ. Okay, is everything good here? Yeah, let's go look at those weights that walk the beagle. Never dove it. We always do. Okay, flight plan. We pop that in. Performance. The flight plan said we should have been about 28.8 kg. I'm at 28.5. We were supposed to have fuel was supposed to be 47.5. We're at 43, so it didn't board as much fuel. Passengers were supposed to have 63. That's about right. Cargo 1.4. It always boards more cargo, I think. I always feel like it boards more cargo. But our actual zero fuel weight is down a bit. It's 28.5. It should have been 28.8. So we were close. I don't think, it was that big of a difference. I also, like I said, I got on the runway, kind of dawdled around a little bit before I, was going, and it was only a 7,000 foot runway. Probably needed a little bit more from me. So maybe that's it. Lobiz says Atlanta and Jack's centers are fired up. There's an event in Tennessee. Loviz wishes you had the energy to do that. The thing about this flying stuff, it takes energy. It does. And especially events like that, Tallahassee, not Tennessee. So it's in Florida. So it's around Tallahassee, and it takes energy. You can't just keep, flying. You're going to eventually kind of burn out. That's kind of why it is that, I'm going to go to 2 days of not, and I'm also planning to start producing a few more things over on YouTube, but it can burn you out, and it burns your brain out a little bit too. We are 426 miles away from Montreal. Well, I mean, the jokes really are. Airline flying is hours of tedious boredom, punctuated by moments of sheer terror with a shitload of paperwork. That's what the pilots say about being an airline pilot. And altimeters are set. Eclipse, no, not on the ground. We were just looking to see, because my takeoff roll took a little bit longer. I just think it took a little bit of time for me to get the airplane up in the air. Oh, very good flights. Eclipse did our dispatching this week. Very, very good flights this week. Really nice. Okay, this looks good. That looks good. Any chance you could send some Timbits and beer up to the flight deck? Thank you. And now, right around here, I'm going to go ahead and just bump my speed up by 10 knots to 280 around transition. Very, very nicely done. North Bay Bear says you're welcome. Oh, did you have the Timbits and the beer? Atlas Systems says watch out for alligators too. On Friday, we're going to be in the CRJ, and the FNO covers all of Chicago. Is it wise for us to change from ORD to Midway? We always moan about the taxiways at ORD and swear to never go there again. You know, Midway, you're right, we never go to Midway. So Midway might be a nice change for that event. Plus, since it's Friday night ops and it's Chicago, we all know what's going to happen in Chicago. It's going to be busy as hell. Loviz says Midway has nice approaches. It's like the Midway of a circus. Busy, bad taxiways. That's right. We're taxiing on down the taxiway at Chicago, flirting with disaster. Oh my gosh, we have a 63 knot headwind right in our face. Eclipse says that we're flying out of Sault Ste. Marie. You realize that means that some people are going to make some salty comments. So Loviz says the taxiways at ORD grind my fucking gears. That means Loviz is going to take the Fokker on that flight that day. 25,000 feet. Let's go. And seatbelts can go off. And you can see we've got no smoking on and everything else is good. Realism? What do you mean realism? Flying the Southwest A380 into Midway. There you go. Now we're talking. But yeah, the CRJ should probably be fun. I don't know what airline. But the CRJ on Friday night ops out of Midway. Much better, you know. The Southwest A350 in the, yeah, that's right. The Southwest A350. And just a nice afternoon to be flying into. We're flying out of Seoul. Oh, we're going into Midway. Oh, that'll be nice. Beethoven, it's the same with events in Vegas. Go to and fly to Henderson instead. Well, that's where the people that are really loaded are going to go anyway, right? So we're flying into Midway on Friday from Sault Ste. Marie, and we're taking the CRJ. No fear. No, United doesn't. I'm going to probably have to figure out something else. I don't know. Maybe we'll fly Air Berlin. Maybe we'll fly Air Berlin. And we can play the Air Berlin song. Still doing good there with climb mode. That's in good shape. Perfect. Loviz says our choices are basically Southwest and Frontier flight. Polyot says Spirit, just to get the Southwest folks in a fluster. Boy, wouldn't it be great if the iFly 737 were to be available. Delta Connection if you want to stick with a CRJ. Oh, Delta Connection goes into Midway? Oh, that works great. Frontier would be nice because we've got those cute animals on the rudder. We've got cute little animals on the rudder. So according to our friends at FlightAware, we've got Southwest Frontier Flight EJA is a C700. Southwest, what's EJA? NetJets. Okay, so that's probably that's ExecJet. Southwest, EJA, another NetJets. So it's Southwest or Frontier Flight. Well, let's see. Frontier flies A3 Airbuses, and so we could go get a nice livery for Frontier. I don't see any Delta connection here. Here is, these are CL30s. I don't really see any CRJs on this one. Now, this isn't the complete list. Our choices are A320s or A321s. There's only 2 flights. There's one to DTW and one to Minneapolis. Okay, we've got Frontier Flight, we've got Betty the Bluebird, Bugsy the Tree Frog, Callie the Mountain Lion, Colorado the Bighorn Sheep. Well, it's the spy flight. I need to do the sheep, right? Crockett the Raccoon, Finn the Tiger Shark, Francesca the Flamingo, Griswold the Bear, Montana the Elk, Jack the Snowshoe Hare, Orville the Cardinal, Ozzy the Orca, Pike the Otter. Well, I ought to do that. And Powder the Polar Bear. I've got to be Montana the Elk. Surely, really, I've got to be the elk? Okay, what's Montana the Elk? Montana the Elk. It is an A320. It's got CFM engines. So, for Friday, Chicago Midway, KMDW. It's Midway. I'm sure they'd let us go into MiGs, right? Okay, so this is FFT, November 213FR. 213FR. And the airplane has got CFM engines. Okay, that's all I need for that. Let's just go and get it, and it'll be ready for us. North Bay Bear says, look at this site. This is Midway. Here's all the Midway stuff. So North Bay Bear says, okay, so Delta Airlines has an Atlanta flight. Just like you said, Delta Connection has Detroit and Minneapolis. Frontier does Atlanta, Baltimore, blah, 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 Orlando, Philly, Sky Harbor, and Tampa. Porter goes up there. Southwest and Volaris. Delta Connection does E-Jets to Minneapolis, Atlanta, and DTW. Okay. Well, I haven't done a Frontier flight before, so we can have Montana the Elk. I don't know. Does that mean I'm going to be in trouble with pilots from the Mustafa flight? I hear moose don't like elks. Polyad is looking forward to doing, yes, you might say, we're crossing a new frontier here. This could even be considered the final frontier of the live stream. I'm going for it, right? Yep. And flight level 360. Okay, so we got an airplane and we're going to go to Midway. We are leveling up. We certainly are. Is there's scenery for Sault Ste. Marie? I think so. I think we've actually been there. Okay, coming up to our final cruising altitude. So we got to watch it. No auto throttle. Altitude cap. I'm going to bring my speed up to Mach 0.81. That's right. We're elking to Chicago next. Midway. That's actually Friday. It's for Friday Night Ops. It's for the Friday Night Ops VATSIM event. I think we're out of the ice zone. I'm going to turn the CYUL anti-ice off. Okay, so let's see. We'll take it out of climb mode. We're supposed to go to about 93.5 here. So out of climb mode. There we go. There's cruise. And now let's see what we're doing. So our speed is still slowly climbing. Are you going to be in the VATSIM event? Frack, which one? There's a... the VATSIM. We did ICU to ORD or Minneapolis a few weeks ago. So we've been to Sault Ste. Marie, and I think we've got an airport for them. Are we going to be in a VATSIM event? Well, we're going into VATSIM right now. The VATSIM event that we're going into is Montreal Wednesday. I was the actual dispatcher on that one. So it's pretty much my fault, and I don't even remember it. I was the dispatcher. Posture check, Firebird. Hi, Firebird. Thank you for reminding me to sit up straight. Okay, we lost a little bit there. Fryok, did you miss most of it? Yeah, we usually take off at 1900 Zulu, and we try and get 3 flights in. All right, we are 335 miles from Montreal. We are 220 miles from top of descent. Yeah, this is our 3rd flight. Okay, everything looks good here. Let's get a little intel and see what's happening in VATSIM radar. Oh my gosh, it's going to be forever before we get into ATC. That's cool. I don't mind a little chill out like that. That's your downfall, not the community long enough to know what we've done. Well, the thing is there's still, the world is a really, really big place, but still, we've been flying, the spy flight's been going for what, 7 years now? There are a lot of really small little out of the way airports that of course we'll probably never get to, but the thing is unless we're going to go ahead and load in some special scenery for Alderaan, or Kronos, the Klingon homeworld, there's only so many airports that we can go to. There's some parts of the world that we are avoiding, but we'll get to go there maybe some year. Volanta should be working. There should be Volanta working. I might have forgotten. All right. I think this is looking good. There will be one discontinuity for vectors. There it is. We'll just close that and go back to progress. Oh, I understand. There's no flights on in the logbook for that. Loviz says, I remember it because we'd never been there before. I think I remember that too because I wasn't saying it right. Sault Ste. Marie. Or Sault Ste. Marie. I was doing it different. I was saying it's Saul. I think it's Sault Ste. Marie. So I was saying it wrong. And I remember somebody coming into chat and saying, say it this way. That way you'll sound like a local, which is good. What's the best little jet for landing anywhere? This one's not bad. This one's not a bad little airplane at all, actually. Once you learn its kind of quirks and stuff, I mean, you know, prior to the update, this airplane right here, Sault Ste. Marie. I was saying Saul. I think it was Sault Ste. Marie. But this airplane is, this used to be a little butter plane for me. It was the week that Green was dispatching. Your memory is so much better than mine. Okay, anything else we need to worry about up here? Nope. Looks good. We can just chill for a short time. We can enjoy our tea and lemonade beverage. It was all, oh, was that the week that the CRJ was supposed to come out, but it didn't because they delayed it a little bit? We may want to make the note that CYAM, it's CYAM, and that's our departure airport on Friday, right? It's CYAM. Okay, Sault Ste. Marie is CYAM. We're going to Chicago. It's the Navy Pier FNO. And we're taking Montana the Elk. Thank you for telling me to make that note. I did. We do an awful lot of little schedule changes too. Actually, we're doing pretty good, holding Mach 0.81, flight level 360. 300 miles to go. We are 186 miles from top of descent, and we need to do our descent at 1,400 feet per minute. What a cool little airplane. Okay, we're doing the Ombre arrival. At Ombre, we're coming in here at... We're picking it up at Vurat. No, that's the last flight. I didn't copy in the route. I'd better clean up my notes on this flight. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble with Canadian ATC. You really got to kind of work hard to get in trouble with Canadian ATC. Okay, at Odd Boss. Odd Boss, that's our entry point to the star. Here at Marie, we're landing on the 2-4s, so between 10 and 4,000 feet. Okay. And then we think it's going to be the shorter runway. So that's going to be the left side. Yep, that looks good. And Solka as we come in. There's Solka right over there, so it should directly connect with our flight, and that's going to be perfect. Okay, I'm missing some chat while I'm rabbit holing. I'm sorry if I did. Here is a great resource for the FedEx VAC website. It's a great place to find FedEx route finders, or perhaps even your package that hasn't arrived yet. And Pos Syndicate says I need to do a posture check. Okay. Let's see. That's for all the flights, not just FedEx. Oh, that's a huge website then. This is really nice for everything. Eclipse, you want to do KCIU instead of the other airport? Oh, wow, look at that. They have a GN right at the top. This is really nice. I guess some whiz kid came up with this one. Okay, we're not overspeeding. We're in good shape there. That's a really nice website, Lopez. Fuel is going to be fine. We're not low on that. We figured out the confusion. Eclipse put in KCIU for the Icy Cows, which is the airport on the American side, and it's called Chippewa County International, which we have never flown to. But he put in the name as Sault Ste. Marie, which is CYAM. That's on the Canadian side, which we have flown to. KCIU is near Sault Ste. Marie, but the actual airport is the Canadian side. So, do we want to go to the U.S. side for Burger King or the Canadian side for Tim Hortons? Oh, top of descent just popped up. Oh, it's 157. Eclipse wants to go to the U.S. side. Okay. We do have scenery for Sault Ste. Marie, but we can look and see. How about if what I do is on the flight, let's see if we can find some scenery. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put both Icy Cows in there and we can decide what we want to do. So KCIU is what we are going to try and go for because we've never been there before. Not Waffle likes Tim Hortons. You only had it once in Vancouver. DMK, always a good time for Timbits. And if you don't know what Timbits are, those are donut holes. Polyot says we could be Polish that day too. I'm very good at that. Or Loviz says we should fly the Ryanair Fokker from EIDW to Midway. Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll be a good flight. Yes, let's do an eastbound flight in the Fokker. Oh, can you imagine that? With the wind in your face. Now Loviz took the BAE 146 across the pond. Eastbound, westbound. Had to stop for fuel a few times, but made it. Hey, Jesus Saves, welcome aboard. It's not that late. Well, it's getting there. It's not that bad. Loviz did the BAE from EGLL to Kennedy. Mountain Man, oh, are you going to do your cross country next week? Loviz had to do 4 stops on that one in the BAE too. Mountain Man, have you done the cross country in the sim yet? Have you taken your flight plan, plugged it into the sim, and given it a try? That's something I would have loved to have done as a, you know, if we'd had sims like this back when I was doing that. I mean, wow, that would have been so cool to put my cross-country flight plan and plug it in. It's 7 o'clock our time. Lucky number 7, so that's a good thing. Maybe we'll get some butter on our landing today. Let's see, remember, if you are looking for something interesting to read after the spy flight tonight, this was a really cool little story that Loviz found about our cute little Fokker plane. And so there was this story here. So that was something that is for you if you'd like to be able to do some reading. We're probably going to have to do our own top of descent. We're going to get there before we land. It's 7 p.m., so that means I'm 7 hours behind London. Atlas says it's 6:09 Pacific time. Polyot says that being in the future where it is now officially Thursday, I can tell you that it is just as messed up as Wednesday was. Yeah. Sadly, I kind of think that that's going to be the story of our lives for a while. PDT, Pacific Daylight Time. $240 miles to the airport, 125 miles to top of descent. We're pretty much all prepared on this one. The airplane itself is you know, for preparing for your landing. Really, the only thing we need to do is put in minimums. We're expecting the left-hand side. Yeah, what is it that they say about doing the same thing, expecting the same result? Gosh, a lesson I need to learn. 320 feet. There we go. Minimums are set. Loviz is could be Piedmont Airlines.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hello, Bertro. Thank you for a very nice resub today. Bertro has been here for 6 months. 8 months, excuse me. Thanks, Bertro. Thank you for a really nice resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you so much for helping me to keep the lights on here. Loviz, Mountain flew the... Okay, so you've done your cross country in the sim, but we changed it. So you're going to fly it tomorrow in the sim, and you'll do the flight with the instructor then Thursday by myself. Really? Oh, that's going to be really cool. So, and my guess is putting that in was probably really helpful for your real flight. It's going to be really helpful. Let's see, what are we going to do? We're going to vote. Let's wait and see. We'll get a little bit closer. I'll also dig around and see if there's some scenery for that, the smaller airport. And we'll kind of go from there. Nothing else really to worry about here. The sim, yeah, I think that the sim is good for checking your numbers, you know? It's great for checking your numbers and checking the routing and just having a look at it. It still needs to be the real deal. You need to do the real flight. Pauliot says we need decent scenery, mostly because it's a flight where we're going into the FNO. So that's usually popular with spies, so we need to have the space for everyone. So yeah, if it's too small, some of us might have to go over to the Canadian side too. And so far, so good. Okay, I think we get to chill for another 105 miles, and then we'll start our own descent. We may get beeped by Canadians, but it is nice to have ATC going out, especially on that. Our first flight tomorrow is Berlin. We are going to Austria. To a airport, LOWG. I don't think we've been to LOWG before. So departing out of Berlin, time to dust off an Air Berlin livery. LOWG. And we have been there. Why? Okay, it's probably time for me to go and get the gray-haired old guy memory test now, because I thought that was a whole new one for us. I mean, we usually go to Vienna, Innsbruck, obviously, Salzburg. We were recently in Salzburg, I remember that. There was a really good one of those Capra, up in the front of the train videos for Austria. Took us right by the Schloss Adler, the Castle of the Eagles. And you can see it from the train too. It was really nice. I remember when I was just playing that video that one day. It wasn't a good day. And I just had it playing and happened to look right at the, doing other things, looked at the monitor at the right time. And it's sort of like, I know that castle. Leah and Tara have been in that castle. And, rolled the video back. It was great. Pauliot says that Salzburg is cool when it's foggy. That I'm actually enjoying it, so it handles a little bit differently than the previous version of this airplane. So I assume that they've kind of tweaked the flying characteristics a little bit. They kind of got to learn to fly it all over again, especially landing, which I've been having some trouble with. But once that happens, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. And they fixed some things. They've updated the textures in the cabin and stuff. We have an opening door. I know that we have been to Manila. I know we've been there a few times. Salzburg when it's foggy, that sounds cool. I mean that would be a great spy town, place for a spy thing when it's foggy. Sure, Matt. So here's the cockpit here. They did, nice job on the cockpit. The cockpit's always been relatively nice. We can now open the cabin door. And we've got a much nicer galley than we used to. So that's really nice. There's the galley door. There is the stairway right over there. This is a 900, so there really isn't a first class section or anything like that. I think because it's a 900, there's a lavatory up here. I don't think you can go. Yeah, there's you can't flush the toilets or anything. They did a nice job with the seats. You found the flush button in the A350. Isn't that great? Yeah, that one's out of order. Fairly nice seats back here. And a little barrier there. There's a couple more lavatories in the back. And I, don't think you can go in there. They did a nice job with the cabin. They did the signs work. And we're going to have to do this all over again because poor Matt asked the question and we went to ads. Oh. Okay, we'll do it again for Matt when Matt's back. That's right, we saw the lavatory door. Isn't it great that you found the I know a toilet being out of order is not a good thing. Okay. Oh, Average Av Geek over on YouTube. You just took off and you're going to sleep now. I'm sorry if I missed you. Good night, Average Av Geek. Thank you for being over on YouTube. Happy landings to you. Top of descent. Okay, let's just get ready and look at this. So really on the 2-4s, 16, 4,000. I'm going to go ahead and do an initial descent of 4,000. He said
New
that an hour
recruits
ago.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Sorry.
Stay sharp.
Lafayette just did Lafayette Love 2024. Hi, Lafayette. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. North Bay Bear, not every airline on WestJet, Sunwings. Okay, that's good. Okay, it says the ads are over. Let's make sure that Matt is back in and we'll look at the cabin. Last thing you saw was the lavatory door. Okay, so Matt got to see the cockpit. That was good. You saw the door. You saw we had a lavatory door there, which means you probably got to see the galley, which is not so bad. Not a bad galley. Let's see. We've got there's the lavatory door. There's nothing in the lavatories here on the plane. So nothing flushable. The seats are actually fairly nice. They did a nice job back in here. I don't think you can open the cargo, the overhead luggage racks or anything like that. Go all the way to the back of the airplane. Welcome back, Matt. We've got 2 lavatories back here. So we've got these. They also went and they've modeled no smoking and fastened seatbelts. They've got some. I've never been in an airplane that has a monitor in the back of the seat that big or really nice. Never. Oh, the restream thing. Yeah, the other one, I don't know what I did wrong. Loviz says there is a problem. That's too much legroom. No. That's huge. Yeah, that's not 30-inch pitch. That's not, steerage legroom there. That's much too generous. So we've also got the nice door over here. Usually they'll put a curtain in front of that door. And so there you go. So Matt, sorry you had to deal with ads. Thank you for putting up with them. And I hope you saw what you were looking for. They did a good job on the airplane. I think you're right. There's way too much legroom in that. Way too much legroom. That's right. Yes, we're all just getting shorter. There you go. Maybe they had more legroom when the F-28 was in active service. They might have done that. I think that they probably, you know, when the F-28 was in, they were just beginning to squash people together the way they do today. They did a good job. So in 2020, I couldn't figure out how to get into the cabin of the CRJ. That was a hard thing because what they did is they put, you know, for lack of a better word, they actually would put force fields up around the airplane, around the cockpit in a lot of planes, so that you actually could not. So it's like right here. If we go like that, see how you know, I'm trying to move into that. You can't go through that. There's a force field there. But, and there was a force field for the door before too. And so the only way to be able to do that was you had to go into the configuration file of the airplane and expand, you know, the area that you could walk around in the airplane. I mean, that was a huge thing. They really kept you in the cockpit with these airplanes initially, you know, probably to save frame rates and stuff like that. But, so you had to go in and you had to do somebody's doing hearts over on YouTube. Thank you for putting hearts and party stuff on YouTube. Yeah, they never modeled the cabin. Well, see, the thing is like the DC-6, they actually did model a cabin, but you couldn't go in there. 128.775. Radio 128.775. There we go. And 128.775 is Montreal Center. CYUL ATIS Information India. Montreal Center, good evening from Jazz 441, a CRJ at flight level 360. We are about 15 miles east of Odd Boss, about 20 miles from top of descent with Information India.
Jazz 441, Montreal Center, bonsoir, squawk 4205.
4205 for Jazz 441. There we go. That's right. Yeah, they didn't want. Yeah, the inside and the insides weren't great, but you know, still.
Jazz 441, you are identified. Flight level 360. Expect runway 24 left. When ready, descend 8,000. The altimeter in Montreal 3024.
3024. When ready, descend 8,000. Expecting runway 24 left for Jazz 441. This is Wolfie's favorite Montreal controller. Okay, so they said 8,000 is our initial descent, so we're going to change that. There we go, 8,000 feet. Wolfie says he's helpful and pleasant, the controller. And see, that's one of the things. We're flying in this Canadian airspace right now. It really is nice. And if you're new on VATSIM, unless it's a really, really, really big event and they're jammed, the thing about it is the Canadian controllers are really nice to new people. So this is a place to go when you're new. Loviz says this is the F-28 1000 cabin from 1976. Look at all of that legroom. That's first class today.
Air France 344, proceed direct Okopo.
That's huge legroom. Man. That's from 1976. Those were also, yeah, those were the days when you did dress up to fly, right? You didn't just hop aboard the plane in a t-shirt and flip-flops. Although I don't dress up or anything like that, but I don't, you know, wear a t-shirt and flip-flops either. If anything, because it's chilly up there. But, yeah. That's right. You could also smoke cigarettes in
Voyager
those
791,
days.
contact arrival 132.
That's right. The
85,
beige color. That was definitely a 1970s color.
3285 for Voyager 791. Bonsoir.
You know, it's sort of like a young lawyer hot tub look. A real young lawyer hot tub look. Okay, it's time to start our descent. So I'm going to go and move the speed bug down to Mach 0.77. And we're going to reduce our speed. There was one time I did...
Air Canada 443, Toronto is offline.
I did wear a tie, but that's because I was going to a job interview. And the person picking me up at the airport was the news director that I was going to work for. So I did wear, wear a suit and stuff on that flight. Speed and descent. So I did wear one then on the plane, but that was a job interview and I was trying to impress the news director. FYI, I got the job. And the first like 6 years of that job was great. Then they got a new owner and it sucked. Let's see. Loviz says you could even see the ashtrays. Wolfie still does wear nice clothes, nothing formal. Yeah, I mean, I'll usually wear, a nice, just a relatively nice shirt without holes in it and stuff. I wash it first, so it doesn't smell bad like some people who get on a plane. Some nice pants and stuff like that. As soon as you get into my seat and shut the sweet door, you change into joggers. Really? Well, you also take much longer flights. You do much longer flights. So I could understand that. Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. And a super happy Wednesday to you. Well, that was at a time, though, Atlas, when smoking was so universally accepted around the world. And it was. It was very universally everywhere. I mean, I remember one of my very first radio jobs. This was a long time ago. I worked at this one radio station, and the radio station had been around since the 50s and 60s and stuff. So this building had been there. And, this was also back in the day when the people who worked on radio really had deep, booming voices. I mean, they got those voices by smoking. And so I got into the studio once, and we had these broadcast cartridge machines where we would play, each cartridge had a single commercial or a jingle or a song on it. And so we always punching, cartridges going in and out of the machines. And we had there were 3 good cartridge machines. We cleaned the insides of them regularly, because it was audio tape. So you clean, add, alcohol swabs that we would clean the heads on and stuff. And we had there was 2 on the bottom and 1 on the top. It was a little pyramid, and on one side of it there was an ashtray. That was the radio station ashtray. And I was the only DJ at that radio station who did not smoke. I never have been able to smoke. The minute I put a cigarette in my mouth or smell it, I start puking my guts out. Thank goodness. Because I probably, if I could, to get my voice and stuff, to be really like, I'm a boss jock kind of thing. Because that's what you did in the day. So these cartridge machines, these cartridge machines, they were freaking bulletproof. I'm not kidding. They were heavy as hell. They had a huge motor in them. so that the capstan would spin at a constant speed. And they were covered in a heavy metal case with, the top of the case had ventilation. The sides were solid metal, and they were solid silver. On this one side where we would stack our music carts over there, the songs we were going to play for the hour, it was clean. It was silver. It was nice. It looked good. On the other side, where the ashtray was, there was this deep brown stain right next to that ashtray. And I mean, it was just really, really nasty. I mean, it was really bad. But back in the day, you would smoke in a control room like that. Today, you would never want to do that. Murrow smoked on the set of See It Now. And those things, those cameras in the day, I mean, they were replacing tubes in those things like every week, to get those cameras working and stuff. So, but yeah. And I think, we probably had to clean, half the junk we probably cleaned off of the capstan inside the cartridge machine and the playback head that the audio tape went by. Yeah, probably because, I mean, these guys were chain smokers. I would be surprised if half of them are still alive today. I mean, this was in the 80s. And I would imagine that it wasn't just the magnetic that we were cleaning off. I bet we were also cleaning off a lot of the cigarette smoke that was in there. So it was really nasty. So, but back in the day, that was like totally accepted. That was what you did. Well, my dad used to do some business traveling, way back in the day. And one day, I heard him, whining at my mom. Not fighting, but he was complaining. He was complaining. He was whining, and if you're married to somebody, you get to complain to each other. And he was whining about no smoking sections because my dad smoked too, but he gave it up. And was complaining about smoking sections on airplanes. And there was one airline that he had to fly semi-regularly, and the complaint there is the smoking section.
441, say your indicator receipt.
Jazz 441, we are at 290.
Is that 441, speed 290 or better?
290 or better, we can kick it up for Jazz 441.
That's 514, speed 290 or less.
But so there's one airline that my dad flew, and he was whining about the smoking section was on the left side of the plane. The non-smoking section's on the right side of the plane. That was it. But the one that really annoyed the socks off him was this one flight that he took where the smoking section was in the front of the plane. The non-smoking section was in the back of the plane, and he sweared that when the airplane took off, all the smoke that was up front went kind of tumbling to the back of the airplane. I don't know if that's true, if it could actually happen that way, but it was not a happy camper that day. And it was entertaining for me as a child to listen to, but there you go. UK pilot, yeah, we'll wrap it up after this. Wadden is in chat. Your Paris SG team won tonight. Congratulations. That's awesome news. Always cool when a team wins. CYUL, Information India, altimeters 3024. 3024. There we go, 3024. Keeping my speed kind of up for him. There's an airplane behind me.
514, when ready to send 8,000, the altimeter 3024.
It's even yeah, everything in the plane. So I don't know. It's a hilarious story. it's funny as hell about, you know, and I'm sure, you know, airplanes, you know, their smoking sections had to have been freaking ridiculous. But, yeah, that's the way it was. And it wasn't, you know, just Murrow. You know, Murrow was on CBS. Over on NBC, before there was Huntley and Brinkley, that legendary anchor team for years and years that kept NBC at #1. Over at NBC before that, it was the anchor was a guy named John Cameron Swayze, and it was not called, you know, NBC Nightly News at the time. It was called the Camel News Caravan, and the Camel News Caravan was sponsored by Camel Cigarettes. And there was a requirement that on the news set, which had Camel News Caravan, a big sign in front of it while John Cameron Swayze's reading the news and stuff, you had to have a lit cigarette in the ashtray during the news. I mean, that was part of it for sure. So, UK pilot, I haven't gone and gotten that yet. I need to. It was gifted to me, and I've been horribly lax and haven't gotten it yet. I know there's an update. I don't have it. But yeah, I mean, that's how common it was. Wadden wants to do Orly to Birmingham, England. So Birmingham, not Birmingham. That's a fun airport to go to. We like going to Birmingham because it's the roller coaster runway. Sunjammer's roller coaster runway.
1,500 feet.
Budget 514, we have the Flyin.
Okay, everything's good up here. Polyot says that if you really want a roller coaster runway, we need to go to Leeds. Oh, we got a little bit of snow up here. Leeds Bradford, is that the one you're talking about? I know we've been there at one point. I don't remember. Leeds Bradford, okay. I think the effects of...
Was it 514, reduce speed 280 or...
I think the effects of the DayQuil are wearing off. UK pilot's hometown is Birmingham. Stand at one end of the runway and look at the other, and it's like looking up at a mountain. Really? Bertro, we had a surprise snow in Montreal. Really? So that's why we're seeing snow on the ground here. We should see it. And oh wow, if you look down there at the road. So yeah, this has got to be the snow that you're talking about, right, Bertro? As we're coming on in, we're at 12,000 feet, doing pretty good. I'm kind of increasing my rate of descent just a little bit. Here we are on the Ombre arrival, and we're all set for our runway. I think we got Solka all set up here too.
441 contact arrival, 132.85, can I?
132.85 for Jazz 441. Thank you so much. Have a great week.
Was it 514 contact?
Okay, arrivals with... Hit that ATIS button one more time. Make sure it's still India. Montreal arrivals. Good evening from Jazz 441. We're coming up on Okapu, passing 11,000 for 8 with information India.
Jazz 441, Montreal arrivals. Good day. Runway 24 left. Information India. Altimeter 3024.
3024. India is aboard. Expecting 24 left for Jazz 441.
Montreal arrivals, Vermont 1 was just 514 with you, 11,300 for 8,000, and we have India.
Jet 514 arrival, good day, runway 24 left, altimeter 3024, reduce 250 now. Take ILS 24 left and down to 250 knots for Jet 514.
Jazz 441, maintain 250 knots.
250 knots for Jazz 441.
Alpha Lima Mike, fly heading 030, descend 8,000.
030, descend 8,000, Charlie, Alpha Lima Mike.
And 8,000 feet. Go to performance. Bugs are set 140. Let's call it 145 to land.
France 344, descend 3,000.
Bertro is right behind us coming on in. And I'm sorry I missed some chat. This airplane will indeed keep you busy. There we go. 250 knots.
Descend 4,000.
Now 4,000 for Jazz 441.
Jet 514, descend 6,000.
6,000, West Jet 514.
I've started using vertical speed on this. I think it's easier for me to keep my speed with this right now on this airplane. Used to be the speed button worked pretty good, but I've noticed the lower you get with this airplane, it's like the A300, the lower you get on the approach, parts of the autopilot here start getting sloppy. Maybe it's me, I'm being a bad pilot, but the thing about this airplane is I can keep better control if I just do it there. IRL, speed is for climb and vertical speed is for descent. So I really should plan on doing it this way.
Which at 514, reduce to 210 knots.
210 knots.
Heading holds.
Jazz 441, descend 3,000.
3,000 for Jazz 441.
Alpha Lima Mike, descend 4,000.
Descend 4,000, Charlie Alpha Lima Mike.
France 344, maintain speed 160.
Localizer is set. So vertical speed, I should be using vertical speed for my descents. I didn't mind using speed, at the top of the descent. But now that we're down here, I get much better control.
Jazz 441, speed 210 knots.
Now 210 knots for Jazz 441. We'll just do the Tommy Lee Jones tap on the brakes maneuver here. That seems to work really, really good. Cost me a little bit on the descent, but not much. Get my speed out there pretty good. Let's do flaps 1. And as soon as I start rolling out my flaps to land, I'll usually go in and get those thrust reversers in there. There we go. Now let's increase that descent quite a bit. And that way we can catch up. And here's 3,000, looking good. Let's do this. I do too. That's why in this airplane, Wolfie, what I try and do is that when I do flaps 1 on my descent, that's when I arm them. And that way I don't forget. Patrick's over on YouTube. Hi, Patrick. Welcome in. Thank you for coming by.
Mike, speed 210
and a
knots,
super duper happy
020.
Wednesday. I beg to differ. Probably the best to respect your elders. Yes.
Push at 514, descend 3,000.
The world is getting dangerous and crazy.
France 344, tower 1199 today.
1199, France 344, okay.
I think that's really good advice these days. A lot of things going on that are just out of some grown-ups' radar, but you can't be too careful.
Jazz 441 via Sloka, clear the LS24 left approach, maintain 160 greater to Ulnov.
160 or greater until Ulnov, cleared for the 24 left ILS approach. Jazz 441.
WestJet 514, speed 190 knots.
190 for WestJet 514.
Said 160 or greater. I usually like about 180 on these. .3,000 feet, getting ready to make our turn. 180. Oh, we could also do flaps 8. Flaps are 8.
WestJet 514 via Sloka, clear the LS24 left approach, maintain 160 knots.
Army approach. I got glide slow. No.
Sloka and 160 to Ulnov for WestJet 514.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's facing the wrong way. Inbound course for this should have been 237. It's not. It didn't set that right. We've flown over it. There we go. We'll fix it. Ah, there's an airplane up ahead. Let's give him 160. Okay, now we'll arm the approach, and it should be very, very nice. Do landing gear a little early, but that is going to help us with some drag that we really could use.
360, descend 3000.
Got the localizer. That's good. We're exiting to the right here. There's 160. Throttles up.
Jazz 441 tower, 119.9 today.
0.9 for Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too.
Tower Canada 864, ready taxi runway 24 right.
Okay, 64 runway 24 right, health control 24, taxi north ramp Echo Bravo, call Nordic short.
North ramp Echo Bravo, hold short 24 right, Canada 864.
Montreal, very good evening. Jazz 441 is on the ILS 4, runway 24 right. Good evening.
Jazz 441, bon, wind 270, number 2, clear plan on those 24 left.
Number 2 for the runway, 24 left, Jazz 441. We decided 145. These are now no auto throttle. This is just bugs. These are just bugs for us.
Plus 344, welcome Montreal. What's your gate number? For 344, we request gate 55. Plus 344, Roger, taxi gun.
Let's go to 85.
North ramp for gate.
We'll plan on 85.
Montreal Tower, bonsoir, WestJet 514 with you, ILS 24 left.
That's 514.
A little slow.
Clear to land 24 left. number
Dad
2,
Game Time, thank you for coming in today. That's right. They shouldn't make us tell if it's number 1 or number 2 on the runway. You're seeing some of that snow on the ground that last minute snow they just got recently. That was for Wolfie. Ooh, look at that. We got ice on the windshield wiper. That was an interesting look at the back of the
All
airplane.
stations Montreal is sold in 5 minutes.
Landing.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Still hit so hard. I know, that was definitely an oof landing.
Montreal Tower, Charlie Alpha Lima Mike on the LS24 left.
Charlie Alpha Lima Mike, welcome back. Wind 27 thrust 7, number 2 clear, and number 3 clear to land on the diesel back.
Number 3 clear to land 24 left, Charlie Alpha Lima Mike.
That's 441, welcome Montreal, what's your gate number?
Jazz 441's going to gate 85 tonight.
That's 441, Roger, text Alpha 2, Alpha Charlie, Bravo 4, South ramp, East Lane, gate 85.
Gate 85, Alpha 2, Charlie, Charlie, Bravo 4, I thought I heard you say, and then I stopped typing.
Roger, Alpha Charlie, Bravo 4, South ramp, West Lane, 85.
Alpha, let's see, we're going to go Alpha, Charlie, 4, South Ramp, West Main. We are going to gate 85 for Jazz 441.
Roger.
Can't type that fast. Oh, somebody never turned on. We've got ice on the front of the airplane here. There's a little bit of icing on the plane. You can see, so this airplane is registering ice on the nose there, which is pretty cool. Flaps up, disarm these. Okay, let's see here. We are coming over here. Oh, those are other airplanes. This is mine. Okay, this is where we're going. That's Alpha 4 over there. Alpha 4 and Alpha. I know it was definitely an oof sound. Oh, yeah. Oh, oof. You had planned to do an oof sound.
441, it looks like you just missed the Charlie. Taxi north ramp, East Lane, gate 85.
Yeah, I missed that one. North ramp, East Lane to 85. Jazz 441.
Roger 514, we just cleared on Alpha 2, we're going for the domestic gate.
Is it 514.3, taxi Alpha, south ramp to gate.
Alpha South ramp to the gate for WestJet 514.
Night 64, Montreal is closing soon. Terminal is going offline when airborne. Monitor is being come. Wind 27
It's kind of nice to come in here while it's daylight like this.
Take off runway 24 right and monitor.
The thing is they did, I really feel like they probably did some fine tuning on this airplane, because this airplane was just my butter airplane for so long. You know.
344 on block, signing off now. Thank you for the service. Bye-bye. Over.
So north ramp, and then it was west, and then 85. This map works really, really good in this airplane. Let's see how bad it was. Let's see how bad it was. Minus 378.
Mike going around.
Alpha Lima Mike, Roger, climb runway heading, do on your own. Traffic taking off 24 right also, enter Unicom 1228.
Unicom 1228, sorry, Mike.
All traffic on Montreal Tower, sound frequency, CTAT is going on, tower going off. Have a good evening, everyone.
Good night, thanks.
Merci, bonne soirée.
And this is a really cool airport that we've had. This airport also has a interesting bell too when you're rolling out the jetways and stuff. Oh, look at that. We've got one of those data blocks that did not load down. How nice. There was a great strategy that we missed. And I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on it, the ice on the windshield wiper here is starting to melt a bit. I mean, it was solid coming in, but it's definitely melting here now. And they said West 1. And so West is this one over here. Tomorrow's first flight is Berlin to Austria. It's also Berlin Wednesdays, which is a good time. Are you sure that that's ice? Well, if it weren't that CYYG, then I don't think it would be disappearing as fast as it is. JSG Droid, oh my gosh, time to hit the pellet. JSG Droid's probably been working really, really hard. JSG Droid, thanks for coming in. Hope your week is off to a good start and that all is right in your world. See you next time. Have a great evening. Sheep will remain off the runway till you get back. But thanks for coming in and say you're lurking and you're doing well. Hope to get to see you tomorrow in the friendly sim skies. Cheers. Them's My Shoes is back in chat, and you've been lurking as well too. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate that too. Thank you for being here. I'm glad it was fun. The jokes weren't too tacky. Oh, this is 83, not 85. Well, that's just as good. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time. And nose light off.
Montreal traffic, Air Canada 864, connecting 4000, runway heading 4 right.
There we go. And parking brakes on. And I do have an APU. So engine 1, engine 2. I think this airplane is also an awful lot better if you're going to do a continuing service kind of a flight. That's been pretty nice too. Fuel pumps going off. That looks really good. Beacon. Up, that's no smoking. There's seatbelts going off. Probe heaters are already off. aircraft, shocks. Let's see, power cart, cargo, door, and jetway. Got the door open before the jetway shows up, and that looks great too. You may have won the battle, but Poliot has won the war. There we go. Shoes are mine. I missed all of this about shoes. And there is our airplane. Very, very cool. This, again, like I said, it's great. This used to be my butter machine, so I got to do a lot more practicing with this thing. A lot more practicing, but I think it'll be worth it when I finally get it going, though. Melvin's got some shoes as well. First flight tomorrow is going to be Berlin. We are off to Austria, which should be a nice trip. After that, we've got Manila and San Jose. Bangor to Boston to Syracuse. So we will be doing another little CRJ round there, and that's part of a Boston Regional Circuit event. The first flight, Berlin. The Berlin flight is going to be Berlin Thursday. So the second flight is the one that's not going to be have a whole lot of ATC if you're worried about that. Time for me to do a very big thank you, and thank you for being secret agents and special agents and double O's over on Patreon. Yes, you have heard correctly. Eventually, we're going to transfer some of that over to memberships on YouTube instead of Patreon. We think that that's going to make it a little easier for more people to enjoy and be a part of. We can also do some member-only things there too. So I'm going to try and learn a little bit more about that. It isn't going to happen instantly, and I will make sure that you have all the lead time in the world so you don't miss anything on that. Also, I've got to say a big thank you. There were some nice gift subs today. I really appreciate those. Thank you for helping me to keep the number growing just a little bit to my break-even point, and I'm so grateful for the support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep everything on. If you have just started joining over on YouTube, thank you for joining over on YouTube. Super grateful for that as well. Let's see. What have we got going on here? Stu is doing ATC. BW Flight Simulation is doing ATC. Let's see. Who else do I see that I know doing something here? Boy, there's not an awful lot of our flight sim friends that are doing some stuff tonight. There's Jeffrey. I don't think that that's good. Well, let's go and just see what Stu's up to. It's been a while since we've said hi and seen what's going on with Stu. But thank you for being here. I hope you are doing well. Thanks again. I hope you had a really good Monday and Tuesday, and that all is right with the world in your world. There are crazy things going on out there for sure, so this is also one of those important times to really focus a little bit on taking care of yourself and staying healthy and staying safe as best you can. Some of us are a little sniffly and all. Others of us are getting, getting over bugs and stuff. So keep getting well soon. Keep taking care of yourself. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time is the normal time, 1900 Zulu. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a really, really good evening. Can't wait. Till then, stay healthy, stay safe. See you in the friendly sim skies, and cheers.
It doesn't look like the greatest house ever.
Oh, you can get an entire message board, like one of those like
you can.
roads message board.
Alright, 7-5-7 Spy with the raid. How you guys doing? Welcome in. We're dealing with some aircraft here. There's not that much going on.
So that means being our best behavior.